Who's gonna do the recap?
Yes, I was just about to ask. Who would like
I
to
got
do
the inspiration for it last week.
the recap?
I actually took any notes.
Oh, it was on Sunday.
Yeah, it was Sunday, and I was
It was
fucking
a short
sick.
session. Yep.
And I was just like, I don't want to take any notes.
Are you feeling better?
Yeah, I'm much better.
Yay!
Yay.
Yeah.
Well, we started immediately after the little mini fight.
We're getting two Zurichs, two Echoes.
Yep. Twice the echo. Twice
in the
panic.
background as well.
Background?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I got self-conscious because you pointed it out.
Ah,
He is but a humble baby.
a humble baby.
Only one
Where?
of me shall be seen.
Mm-hmm. Don't perceive me.
Yeah, I'm feeling much better though. I just mowed the lawn earlier, so that gives you any sense.
So your
of it.
bill of health.
No.
Oh, was it a push mower or was it a ride?
You push it, but it's self-propelled.
So it's a lazy push.
It's a lazy push.
It's the middle ground.
Yeah,
between
have
a
you
ride
seen
and
my
a push.
backyard? It's huge. I'm not gonna fucking
No.
push that
I've
thing
seen
around
the
there.
rabbits in your yard.
Yeah.
Doop. Okay, so yeah, who's doing the? Anybody? Any takers?
You want to volunteer?
Not even for an inspiration?
I'll do it.
Problem is I don't remember anything.
It was a short session, guys. Here.
Yeah, it was a
Also-
short session.
There's a lot of
Yes,
vague.
I remember.
I remember there's a lot of vague stuff,
Hold on.
which was very entertaining.
So we started after the end of Saturday because we played on Sunday, and
Mm-hmm.
it was just after that scuffle. Cinna started crying. It was crazy. Snow just ripped her a new asshole. It was amazing. And she felt really bad about that. And then everybody, finally everybody, kind of filtered out and gave them a moment. She kind of explained how she was feeling and dealing with that, and Zurich told her to stop being a baby, but in, a nice way. And she was like, fair enough. So she went out and she apologized to everybody, and it seems like they all forgave her. Vake did a push-up contest with the dork. Feels like it jumped right from that to that. He went on a date with the dork.
He tested Brandon. Brett.
Oh yeah, we did go back in time so you guys could beat the shit out of Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
And Vake just took it. It was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And then just slapped him down.
Yeah.
Quite literally, I think he slapped him once. It was amazing.
I think didn't he end up being he's our finance guy or something, or does
Well,
stuff for
He's
us?
our squire or our page.
Oh,
He runs around
yeah,
and does
yeah.
little errands for us until he earns
Yeah.
the right to don the armor himself.
Well, I set up some training for him.
He's an intern.
An unpaid intern.
Yep. Seriously, literally, he's unpaid.
He wants to be a hero. He's gonna have to empty the chamber pots.
Yep.
So Snow set up a kind of, since their fighting styles are similar, less strength like Vake and more speed, they kind of corresponded there. So there's gonna, hopefully this kid toughens up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then we moved forward in time. All of that happened. The dwarf came calling. I almost spit out my food. It was like, hey, Vake, you want to go get some of that watermelon? And we're like, what is that a euphemism for? But they legitimately got watermelon. And then the dwarf was like, show me how tough you are. And Vake was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And started doing push-ups just in the fucking pentamarket. And then he almost did 600 before he finished because of a natural 20 on his con. And it was amazing. And there was some homoerotic hugging going on there.
Yeah, I think it was
Grabbing.
597, yeah?
Yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they walked home. Oh, and the dwarf. Sorry, I don't remember what his name is. What is it?
Grolic the Great.
Grolic the Great. He's like, BT dubs. In Taldore, they have a strength contest in the name of Grog Strongjaw, the strongest barbarian 5F.
He calls it the Luncheon of Champions.
At Whitestone. And he's like, you'll probably get an invitation if you keep being so strong, I mean. And Vake was like, cool, bruh.
basically like the Olympics of strong people.
And so Vic was like, yeah, probably. And then there was another hug, and a butt squeeze, which is great. And Garlic went away.
Bent over, walking on weirdly.
Yeah, sure did. After that, I am gonna have some help here. What happened after that?
We want to help?
I got it. I came back. So the intern got some horses and a carriage.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, okay, let's go. Oh,
Yeah.
You gave Sylvia a bow? No, crossbow.
I did.
Was that this episode? Last episode?
I made her. Yeah, it was in the last episode. I made her a hand crossbow called
We had
Sill's
some-
Mischief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Those
fight.
are magpie.
We had some
Beautiful.
time skippy downtime. A couple days to wait for spells, scrolls, and stuff like that.
Also, a group of magpies is called a mischief.
That's amazing.
That is
Yeah.
awesome.
That's amazing. Oh, still already knew that. Okay,
It's always
so we got our
a
cards.
band of ferrets, too. It's a mischief of ferrets as well.
That makes perfect sense to me.
So with Ruckus and Sill, and it's already a mischief.
It's just a
It's
mischief.
a double mischief. And we headed out on the road after our time skip of 2
Hold
days.
on.
Oh,
We also learned about the Vake's family.
Mm-hmm. Alright, we got some questions answered about who was in it, who's the most likely to be a slave trader, and it seems like the consensus is Silas Finkley.
Yeah, he was the one voted the most likely to go to prison for human trafficking.
Yep.
Yes.
And there's a sister who's kind of cool. What's her name? Fuck.
Is it Parrish or Azura?
Azura is the good one.
Azura is the cool one.
Yep.
But
Paris is
Paris and Cinder are probably going to get along.
Mm-hmm.
I took exception to that. Because I think you described her as like a know-it-all.
Yep, I have that
Know-it-all
written
older
down.
sister, and Zurk was like, can relate, and I was like, how dare you?
And Sola also told us that Gredor was killed by Meatman, which
Yes.
Cinda was then privy to the knowledge that Meatman was also Scanlan. I believe. It was
At the very least, I knew they were related to one another. I don't know if they're the same person.
There's a connection there.
correction on that. The Meatman exposed Gredor and Vigus, or Vigus, and
Vaginas.
informed Vixalia de Rolo of the situation, to which they teamed together one more time to kill Gredor, but
I guess got away.
Vigus got away. Yeah, I don't know.
Vaginas.
How do you want to pronounce that?
Vaginas.
Vigus. Vigus.
Not Vegas, not vaginas. Please, not vaginas.
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 Viagra.
Vigus.
Okay, let's go. Vagus. All right.
Vagisil ultra strong.
Oof.
Our sponsor.
Not
Sponsor.
when you see him.
Terrifying.
The best contraceptive.
Okay, and we are heading north towards Shady Creek because we're trying to catch, or the Amber Crossroads, because we're trying to catch the circus and meet up with Callan, who's on a daddy quest, because who isn't these days?
Also, correction on that, it would be Nogvarat.
No
Be-
Garot. And, well, right. We are headed towards the Amber Crossroads,
Yes.
with our final destination being over.
We
Well,
also
you-
discussed passing through Hopperduke.
Well, then we can't go to the Amber Crossroads. That's in the opposite
No.
direction.
Yeah. So there are two ways and two cities you will pass by. It depends on where you want to go. Each is northward.
I want to go
Um,
guys.
We're all over the ding dang place.
So, as you leave Zadash, the gates northward, it's very quickly within an hour you meet a fork in the road, a split, one going northwest and one going northeast. You know, based on Cinda and Zurich's knowledge, and also Snow's knowledge, that if you go northwest, that would be towards the Amber Crossroads along the Amber Road.
If we went northeast.
If you went northeast, it would take you towards the Morrow Valley, skirting past the Labenda Swamp up to Hupperduke and Blade Garden, passing through the Felderwind Tillage.
That's where the gnomes go to party.
Either way, there is a big old mountain range that splits you, Zadash, and a straight line to Nagparat, where you're where the circus is currently. So it's up to you which way you go. You can discuss that here at the crossroads, northwest or northeast. What are we deciding?
I
Well,
think we should
northwest
take a
would be faster.
But Hopperduke.
What's in Hopperduke that we need?
Just parties.
Well, not necessarily.
Sorry.
Hopperduke is like the pinnacle of tech, as far as Gnomish tech goes. Which I think
Oh,
Zoe
really?
would be very interested in.
I would
It's
be
just-
interested in it, but
They're hard workers. It's just as soon as the sun sets, they all just get shit-faced every single night. It's always a party.
as amenable as I am to the idea of Hopperduke, I feel like we should probably perhaps focus upon our directive and objective.
So what you're saying is we do the Amber Crossroads, and on the way back we go down through Hopperduke.
that sounds reasonable to me.
Woo.
Okay. Maybe this will dissuade. Maybe this will help your decision a little bit further. I haven't done it yet, but because you've been on top of the news and what's going on. But within Zadash, there are town criers that basically shout the news amongst the streets during the day. Some prevalent information to where you're going. The town crier has two news sources for you. One about a new technology being revealed in a week's time in Hupperduke. And two, within a week's time, there is a lecture held by a close advisor to the king, and the lecture is based on new information revealed about the Age of Arcanum.
Where's that taking place?
Rexentrum.
Okay. So Hupperduke is unveiling tech in a week.
Yes.
How long do we anticipate it taking to get to Nova?
It'll take about a week and a half.
Will we get to Hupperduke in a week?
Yes.
We could.
Hey guys,
You
that
get-
thing I just remembered that the town criers were talking about is taking place in Hupperduke in a week. We should go that way.
Okay.
Sure.
Has
I'd like to explore a new place.
Yeah, I'm not in a rush to see my family, so let's go to Hopperduke.
Are you though?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
He's not being
All right.
sarcastic, I guess.
Yeah, he was being.
I was-
he said
I
that
was
last.
just making sure that you weren't being sarcastic.
Vic, I'm willing to capitalize on your disinterest in seeing your family.
Okay, so remembering those two bits of information from the town criers, you make your decision to go northeast. the road towards the Libinda Swamp and a swamp city called Barrel Bend. You head out early in the morning, and as you travel, it is here that you see rolling foothills, lots of farmland, just and lots of grassland, good for livestock and normal crops as well. As you look eastward, you see that the grassland stretches out for a good amount, and anybody would know that has lived here for a long time that the Felderwin tillage is the main source of crops. They produce more crops for the Empire than anywhere else.
And it gives it away in the name.
Yes, of course. So heading towards there, it's about 3 hours into your journey northeastward when you come across something a little strange. In a small plot just off the main road, you see a fenced-in about 30 foot by 30 foot garden, and it is ripe with different types of vegetables. And it doesn't have a sign. It's right next to the road. Looks fairly tended to because the vegetables look delicious. And they are ripe and ready for picking.
Is this a chest of morals? Am I supposed
Wait,
to...
what?
There's a garden, and it doesn't say hands off.
There's no house.
I mean,
there's no house
you're-
next to it.
It's just by the side. It must be a community garden.
Wait,
And
are
probably
you-
not part of the community.
I glance over at
to
Higgins.
steal from it?
It's not stealing if it doesn't say no, bad. Like, it...
Like
It's literally just a garden we came across. We
I'm
have
going to
food
for
and
it.
supplies.
I'm
We
going
don't
for
need
it.
to mess with it.
Not. You do have food and supplies, but most of it is like
But none
dried
of them are
food, dried
sexy as
meats,
carrots.
and like it's not a lot of fresh food.
I can make
No, I
anything
think it's a
taste good
trap.
with magic, alright?
The devil is on my shoulder, Snow.
I can make something taste just as good as those
Is there a
plants
cucumber?
over there.
Such a pretty garden.
Is there a cucumber class?
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness.
We found naturally grown fresh produce and we have a rabbit.
You see this garden, yeah, it's perfectly tended to, white picket fence with some chicken wire to keep out
Chicken?
gophers, any type of critter that would like to
If
I
it
thought
makes
that only works on
anybody-
chickens.
eat
If it
from.
makes anybody feel better, for whoever might have more qualms to this, I would leave money and write a thank you note.
What are you going? Are you going to
I
take
want
their
to make
vegetables?
veggie medley. Yes.
Okay.
Go for it.
The
The new Veggie Delight sandwich
Can I
from
get
Subway. Eat that.
passive perceptions from
Really?
everybody?
My
Yeah.
passive perception
My
is a
passive
9,
perception is a 25.
boy. Ow, I just kicked the bed.
Holy moly.
Passive
mine's
wisdom
17.
perception.
You see,
15.
okay, 15. Okay. Anybody with a 15 or above does see, and the garden is like about 20 feet away, but blending into the fence, and which is why some people couldn't see it at first, but there is a small tin can attached to the gate.
It's an honor system.
And it looks like it would hold some coin. Maybe.
They're also giving us
But
free money,
from-
guys.
But from this distance, you can't see if there's any coin inside or or anything like that.
I will go and look.
Okay.
I'm already picking vegetables.
As you approach the
I'm stopping you.
the gate,
Well, I'm gonna pay for them.
you see that
You don't know if
it
you can
is
take them yet.
a tin cup. It's got a lid on it, but it also has a slot for coinage.
I told you, we just have to pay for it, and it's fine. They want us
I
to do this.
glance over at my sister and see how many vegetables she already collected.
I just give them.
I'm holding her back.
Higgins leaps over the fence.
Ha
Go
Alright.
ahead.
Us both.
Alright,
This-
fine. I
this
let go
garden-
of everyone. I
no.
just say, do what you want.
This garden seems as though it is a communal garden, so long as we pay for whatever we take, and please don't empty the garden.
I wouldn't do that. I
I
just
couldn't
wanna
eat
make us
all of
food.
it. It's so much.
Yeah.
I just want the tomatoes.
Just take a few
on-
things and I will pay for them.
Upon closer inspection of this little garden, you notice that you can pretty much find anything you want here. However, the size of the crop is a little bit larger than any garden that you've ever seen. It's like the cucumbers are massive and bigger than any other cucumber that you've ever seen. The tomatoes are bright red, fully ripened, and bigger than anything that you've ever seen.
Okay, that makes me a little worried, so I will pull out my rod of alertness.
But they're not
and-
they're not
They're just-
abnormally large. They're just larger
Sure.
than the normal.
Describe
Zurich
places.
is a little paranoid. He's going to use the rod of alertness to cast Detect Magic.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
Higgins
He's
already,
looking-
like halfway through this, like tomato all over his
I'm
He's
eating
looking
a carrot as
for,
we
like,
speak.
Signs of, like, fey nonsense. Is this the sort of thing that he would expect from
Only
them?
Higgin goes off for Fey nonsense.
Okay. So you do detect radiating from the center of this
Radiation.
garden is a little bit of magic, and it fills the entire garden and a little bit past it.
Like
And
gross
you
magic?
see beyond the fence line, just maybe a few feet, you see that the grass is growing a little bit greener and a little bit more healthier.
Do
Yeah,
I think
it's a-
this is the work
it's
of
a
a
trap.
druid?
It could be. I mean, that's a good guess.
Oh, that's what Zurich would assume, is that some druid is, like, just flexing on people with
This
this
is a bomb
garden.
ass carrot, guys.
Oh, really good garden. Somebody knows what they're doing.
So, go ahead and just tell me what you take from the garden, and how much you pay the box, the coin, the can. If
Well,
you'd like
I don't
to-
really. I look at how much they're taking, and I look at Higgin covered in tomato juice. I will put 30 gold in the coin.
Oh
in
my
the can.
god.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
That's
Go ahead and
an
mark that
entire
off.
year's salary for somebody.
Beat me to it.
Yeah, I have like carrot,
I said dump all my
celery.
loose change in the freaking.
green beans,
I'm
squash.
gonna grab an ear of corn.
the
Zurich-
squash.
Zurich respects the amount of work that's clearly gone into this, so he pays for what they're taking in extra.
I'm gonna make
There's a
soup tonight,
there's, like,
guys.
even though the garden's kind of small, there are like 5 stalks of corn, so you can get some corn from the stalks. Anybody
I'll
else
put
would
one
like?
gold in the thing on my way out.
Damn.
Awesome.
Do I
awesome.
see enough?
Stickers.
Do I see enough herbs that might make a healer's kit out of?
Nothing medicinal in this garden. It's
Right.
all edible.
Yummy.
Big cabbage.
As
take a
you
big
guys
cabbage?
are
Biggest
gathering your
cabbage I
vegetables
can
and stuff,
find. Holding it.
All right, sounds good.
Zurich will make a note. He will like pull out a piece of parchment,
Mhm.
and he just makes a note on it, and he stuffs that in the can, and I will message you what the note says.
All right, sounds good.
Excellent. Zurich.
Anybody? I didn't hear much from Vake or Sophia. Are you participating in getting something from the garden?
Jeez.
Oh, no, I
No,
thought
he's
it
trying
was a
to
trap. I thought it was a trap from the very beginning.
Still don't know
okay.
if it's a trap, my dude.
With some spinach.
Is anybody? So you see your entire group just like picking from the garden, and you see the Vake still on the road. They're like,
I'm trying to warn everybody. I'm like, guys, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
It's a garden, Vate.
Actually, if you're
didn't
saying that, I don't get anything from the garden. I trust
Oh
you.
my gosh, leave it to the meat eaters to not appreciate a good vegetable.
I didn't detect anything nefarious or dangerous here, just some growth magic as I evidence some druid, perhaps.
Yeah, and then at
I'm
night,
not
they're
convinced
gonna
this is a trap.
haunt our dreams because we took their corn. No, I'm not about it.
We left it.
Okay.
Are you targeting me with that?
Put a whole bunch of-
I now that Zurich says that, I took it.
Sophia, are you taking anything from the garden?
No, but she's currently a bird. So she's gonna just be kind of like examining the garden, seeing if there's like any fallen signs around the garden.
Like something.
Yeah, like keep out.
Do
or something.
birds seem to steer clear of this plot of land?
Yeah,
Make a
yeah.
Because
Make
crows would be
a-
all over this, you know?
make a perception check for me, Sophia.
You're so perceptive.
So perceptive.
Perceive. Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay. And I assume you're just skirting the fence line, going around the back and.
Yeah, just kind of
Okay.
hopping.
So at the very on the opposite side of the gate from where Zurich is, like directly opposite along the back side of the fence, stuck into the ground, you see a little bit of like plywood or like thin wood sticking out of the ground, like something dropped and was buried there.
She's gonna. She can't pull it out, so she's gonna fly on and peck at it, make a few chirping noises.
Oh god, Sylvia's stuck.
I'll scamper over, take a look at it. What
Me
did
too.
you
Sticky
find?
with tomato.
What's this?
So
I'm still holding a big cabbage.
okay, so
Yeah, what is this
picking
thing?
What's that?
picking at
You
the
picking
wood in the dirt, you pull out what looks to be a signage that had fallen down from the
Poison, do not
from
eat.
Radioactive.
from the back side of the fence, and it says, "Hope you enjoy. I don't expect any money, but if you want to donate, it'd be much appreciated." And that's all it
Signed?
says.
It's okay. Look,
Yeah,
look at the sign. It says it's okay.
A person laying a trap wouldn't try to encourage people to eat their fruit or vegetables or whatever the hell this is.
Oh, I would.
That's probably
I don't know.
actually exactly what they would do.
I'll
You
set
guys
the
need to
sign
have more
back
faith
up.
in your fellow.
Okay,
Boy.
cool.
I'm so amused at your lack of caution in the actual city, but now that we're at a random garden, oh my goodness.
It's dangerous.
A very suspicious garden.
Yes, truly, the knives are at your throat.
I can't carrots, so
What about carrots?
I can't fight them.
Well, you
can't
can.
fight the
I
carrot.
guarantee you will win. I'm going to make soup tonight. It's going to be
I
terrible.
messaged you the
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
All
I
right.
think this is one of the few times that what we see is what it is.
Delicious.
Very well. All right. So you collect whatever vegetables you want, and leave some coin, and continue on your way northeastward.
See, if we hadn't paid, then we'd be cursed.
Well,
but
perhaps.
continuing on, it's not a whole lot of scenery to speak of. It's much of the same, just some rolling foothills and more grassland. Occasionally you'll see a few cattle here and there, maybe some sheep, beyond some fence lines that are well away from the road. And in this hot summer day, the heat is feels nice upon your skin, but there's enough of a breeze to not make it so hot. It's actually a really, really nice day today. And it's nice. It's nice to be back on the road again, for some people.
I have been feeding Oberon carrots ever since the garden.
Now the horse is cursed. Congrats.
Finally get out of the city.
I will kill whoever made that garden if it makes Oberon ill.
Who's driving the cart right now?
Not I am on Snickerdoodle.
I think Higgins is our
If
dedicated driver.
If you want me to drive it again, I'll drive it.
It's so weird, this tiny little
Literally,
rabbit.
A vehicle he's probably never driven before. He's
I just
you
imagine
mute it
what-
if you want to be saying
This is what they
something.
do now.
You don't even have to sleep, like...
That's true. You're the best driver for the.
yeah,
Well, the
best
horses
driver. I'll never
need
fall
to
asleep
sleep.
at the wheel.
That's true. I guess.
I
You
just imagine-
literally ride the entire way there.
Oh, the horses are dead. Why? Oh, does it seem exhausted?
What do you want? Animal handling or?
Yes.
No, I just want
forgot.
I just want a perception
But they
check.
need food and water and rest.
Horses aren't people.
They're motorcycles tethered to the front of the car.
Yes.
That would
Do
be
we bring
bad.
enough fuel?
15.
Okay, cool. All right. This is just to keep on the lookout for anything coming and going along the road.
Yep.
I'll be sitting
Sorry,
on the
excuse me.
front with him.
But go ahead and give me a D100.
You want me to roll a D100? Okay.
Yeah, you're the perceiver.
Right.
Perceive the.
While I'm munching.
Nice.
What's the die roll?
Who knows? If
I
that's
spy
gaseous?
with my little eye.
16 dragons!
Well, that's a better result than 100 dragons, isn't it?
That's true.
So it's another 3 hours into your day as you come across the first makings of the La Buenda swamp, with a bit of forested area to your east, and more grassland to your west. You see before you the tree line and makings of the La Buenda swamp. It's here in a little creek just off the road, maybe 50 feet, that you see a figure riding in a rowboat. And he seems to have a pole in the water, and he seems to be fishing.
Let's kill him.
I will call out to him. Good afternoon.
You see that he is facing you, and he looks up from. Actually, you startle him awake, and he just kind of waves. He's about 80 feet away.
Let's just keep going.
How are the fishes biting? In the swamp.
Rabbit.
They're biting pretty well. Well, they were.
How about some silver for your catches?
He looks over into the back of his boat. Make it 2.
Deal!
You have a deal.
Tab 2.
Oh,
It's like he has a
fish,
gold
it's
fish
fine.
back there.
I will
Uh,
ride over on Oberon to the edge of the swamp and
And
wait, sir,
he'll
this would
put
be a
he'll
trap.
put his pole into the rowboat, and he'll start rowing over towards the shore. And he has about 4 decent sized fish that he's caught. They are
I want to know exactly what breed, how many pounds. Is this freshwater?
it is freshwater. It's
Wow. Snow already has 4 silver in her hand that she's about
Trying to
to
think
toss
what-
over.
what freshwater fish would be in this area?
I would gamble sturgeon,
I don't know anything
or maybe
about
even
fish.
like catfish.
We're gonna say catfish.
Damn, those
yeah.
things get big.
They
Yeah,
do.
they're not the biggest you've ever seen. They're decent sized.
I've seen bigger.
But they're worth about two silver.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So Snow, you want to pay?
And actually, it looks like you didn't wipe him out. He has kept two catfish that are in another package somewhere else.
Wait,
but
can I have all of them?
All 6.
Well, he needs to eat as well.
I
We're
mean,
not going to buy
Snow
out
gets
all of his catfish.
fishermen and horses confused with like things that don't need to eat, I guess.
Oh,
I
right.
mean,
I'm
like,
sorry.
we're a pretty good big group. We could eat a lot of fish in one night.
That's
Oh,
true. We
true,
have
we
plenty of
can, but I don't want
vegetables.
to. I'm just trying to buy our share. He needs to still eat.
Okay, how much would you be willing to give us and keep for yourself?
The amount I said, I'll just give you these 4. I just need these 2
Yes.
for.
4
For
big
me and my
catfish
own.
is more than enough for the.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
let's put it.
And plus, we have veggies, because Higgins won't eat any fish anyways.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
that's
making
right.
trash, too.
I literally take out 1 gold and I toss it to this man.
Oh,
And we are just big
oh,
spenders.
okay. Zurich, keep your silver.
I suppose so.
Sophia knows how to fish.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, we just see
Ooh,
Sophia fly in
love
as
it.
a bird, pick up a fish.
Actually, if you would like, you could, if you want to like fly over the river, give me a perception check to see if you can spot a fish that you
It's
can
not
dive bomb.
quite. It's not quite like that.
Oh,
She
okay.
can't.
Oh,
It's. She can't lift them out
I
of
get
the
it.
water. She's not an eagle. First she needs bait, and then she's going to put it in at the bank of the water, and then any small fish that come up to eat that bait, she'll grab.
I've seen birds do that. They are masterminds.
Can I also try to fish? But like,
This is a good-
Well, they're
jump in
doing
the
that.
water with my
This-
mouth and just grab one kind of fish.
I've also seen dogs fish.
Well, do you have a fishing pole or any kind of like fishing line or any kind of?
There's the Sophia
I know.
Nope, no one.
So would the group like to stop and
Oh.
fish in this little creek?
Sorry, I'm getting a knot.
If you give me a few minutes, I can make you that.
I'll be working on the soup, and I'm gonna go get our cupcakes. Do you want the other one?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, that reminds me. I kind of want some banana bread I made last night.
Before we all wander away and this fisherman returns to his business, I'd like to ask if there's any news from up the road toward the Amber Crossroad.
Oh, you're kind of off a little bit from the Amber Crossroad. This is more towards Felderwind and.
We're heading toward Hopperduke at the moment. I just wanted to know if there was anything going on.
Not that I know of. It's just normal business as usual.
Good to know. Well, pleasant luck to you, and thank you for the fish.
What's your name?
I'm Zurich, and we are the collective.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mitchell.
It's a pleasure, Mitchell. Will you look out for you on the river?
And he'll pick up his oars and row on down the creek.
Okay. I begin to pull out supplies, and I look for like a good branch to make some fishing tools with. Because I can do that as an artificer.
Vake is gonna go by the bank of the water and just try to like stand in it and not move and try to grab one with
He's
his
gonna
bare
move on,
hands.
grab one.
Oh,
Yes.
Sophia can actually help him with that. She can scare the fish towards him by
Good.
flying.
That
over.
works.
I love it. Okay. All right. So
Too?
I was gonna say, hey,
Yeah.
you go about
Yeah,
40 feet
actually,
upstream and just start.
The more space in which you guys fan out in, the more chance you have at catching a fish. So yes, the more the merrier.
Mm-hmm.
He's just gonna start unloading concussive eldritch blasts into the water.
Not electricity, right?
No, it's force. It's force, and it has a concussive hit.
That
So
was yummy.
Fucking
Or
blow
raspberry
the
custard
fish onto
cupcake.
the-
So the fish just blood up.
so the
oh my
water's like
goodness.
Oh my god.
It's more of a like you force the water down and it like
Yeah.
like depth charges.
Do anything?
It does certainly scare the fish, and you do see now joining some of the catfish, as catfish are normally catfish are slow movers, right? Am I
Yeah. right
in that? Yeah.
Yeah, and then usually at the bottom.
Yeah, they're
So,
bottom dweller.
You do see after a couple blasts, you see the belly of a catfish. Since
Just across the belly.
got one.
You got one. It wasn't able to move out of the way in time. But you do see some sturgeon leaping out of the water from trying to get away from these concussive blasts.
I'll try to
So
chase
Phil,
after the floating dead one.
you can maybe catch one into your beak as you fly on by.
Do you know how big a sturgeon is, my guy?
Oh, I do not. I'm not.
They're huge.
Okay, make a dex save then.
Oh my god.
If you want to do that,
I see a fish. It's huge. You've already grabbed it. Oh no.
Snow's gonna minor illusion
Oh my
like
God.
little baits in the water, and then like try to watch over them. And as soon as she sees a fish go for one, she's gonna leap into the air and like grab it with her mouth.
It's like
Like the Arctic fox hop.
Exactly. Thank you.
except
Exactly like that.
The water. Yeah.
And what kind of catfish are we talking? We're talking like Wells catfish? Because are we talking like this is a monster
boy.
fish lake? Because if there's sturgeon in here,
I think we are
Okay,
stretching.
no, they're
Glasses.
not. They're not. Yeah, you're stretching my knowledge. For sure.
Fish knowledge.
tell me about the ecology.
My
of the fall
goodness.
class.
You think I don't know birds?
but I know fish too.
Sorry, I'm pulling up some information.
Man, so I was
I'm gonna
like-
go grab
I was
some pasta sauce.
fine putting a fucking worm at the edge of the river and just catching some pond smelt. But you went and you're like, nah, it's straight up sturgeon, like a 17-pound fish, man.
No, actually, they're more. It would be smelts or shiners.
Okay, yeah, so tiny fish. So yeah, she could
Yeah.
definitely catch them. So a dexterity save, I rolled a 25.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. You're able to just dodge them. Let's see here.
Could you fucking imagine Sylphiel being reverted back to human form by a sturgeon, getting scared by a concussive blast? Just
I
I looked up how much a sturgeon weighs, and it says they can get up to 310 pounds.
Yeah, they're big. They're big.
Yeah, they're big. I was really hoping that he wasn't
Catfish
gonna
can get
flatten
pretty
me.
big too.
seeing one of those crest would be like a river whale.
Okay. Let's go with. Okay, so we have some shiners, some rainbow. So it's like rainbow smelt and black nose shiners.
I love fishing.
Let's go with.
Sushi is delicious.
Okay. So Vake and Snow, first give me a perception check.
Alright, you got it.
That was the best cupcake I've ever had in my life.
It was fucking mine was bomb. After all this shenanigan happens, Zerg's like, "All right, I finished the fishing rod."
Oh, damn.
All
I
the
just
fish
realized
have been
You-
dynamited out of the water by Higgins.
Everybody fish food.
I'll use it later.
So yeah, Sophia, if you want to catch one of the smaller, like the smelts, you're
Did my-
able to do so.
Sorry.
Did my roll come in yet, or?
You guys have to do it.
I did not see. I haven't seen it. No.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I'm
There
back.
it is.
Welcome.
Okay. So, also, Snow, give me a perception check. So Vake, you're kind of missing all the smaller fish as they go by, and then you spot the big fish.
A big
You,
one.
you, he is coming straight for you. It is a nice, trout. And it is very colorful, very big, and you are ready for it. Give me a strength check
Heave it
to
out.
see if you can catch it.
Alright.
Cool, yeah. So you're able to pick out a very nice whitefish.
Natural 20.
Oh hell yeah! Okay. So
I reached
one-handed
for it
fucker.
with one hand.
you reach in, and as it's like well, you catch your fingers into its mouth, and you yank it out by its mouth, and you just fold it up, and it's yours. This nice big rainbow trout.
You're the king of rolling nat 20s for like the most mundane
Nope.
things.
So Snow, you see coming towards you a very nice plump whitefish that looks pretty nice. It looks like it could yield a lot of fresh meat from it. And you cast your minor illusion, and you're able to scare it out of the water and catch it with your teeth pretty easily. You're muted, by the way.
All right, cool, awesome. Yeah. Cool.
Can I try and use my fishing tackle that I've just made?
Yes, of course you can.
We all have
I
different
will-
ways of fishing.
I like go
First
down
trying
the
to fish
river.
normally.
Weirdo.
I
All
go
this
down the
crazy
river,
stuff.
like, away from all of this nonsense.
Okay. You sort of catch up to the guy in the boat, and he's like having a hard time trying. Like he's caught like two more fish, one with his bare hands and one with his pole. He's like, "What's going on over there? They're scaring all the fish down here. It's
They're
nice."
doing their best. I'm sorry. You might want to go maybe a bit farther.
I don't know. I'm going to take advantage of this.
All right. And I will
Nice.
use my fishing tackle.
Okay. Easy. It just takes some time before you get a bite.
Okay.
And another whitefish gets hooked. So yeah.
Yes, sir. I just catch a whitefish.
Yep. You just catch a whitefish.
Okay.
A nice little round whitefish, not lake whitefish, but a round whitefish.
Okay. I will return to the mess with
Okay.
my whitefish.
All right.
Everyone caught so much fish.
That means
I instantly start comparing my fish with everyone's fish.
Oh, I'm comparing as well.
Your rainbow trout is easily the biggest fish of the creek.
Out of the entire creek. Love it.
Hmm.
Look how the sun shines off of it.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Well, we certainly have dinner decided for the next few days.
Yep, fish and only fish.
pretty much, and vegetables.
Nah, I ain't eating those demon vegetables.
Fake.
More for me.
Yeah, the creek was nice and cool. Perfect for just
Oh my god, guys, we
Taking
have each
a-
episode.
yeah. It was perfect for taking a little break, catching some fish, maybe putting some your bare feet into the the sediment below, and it was a very nice day to enjoy the water. At least the clean water before entering the swampland. Yeah.
To the swamp.
You take your little break here. The horses get their fill of drink from the creek as well, and you start making your way northeastward again. You imagine in another couple of hours you'll be able to reach the swampland, and at that point, it would be around sunset, or it would be around sunset, and you can start deciding where to camp as you're on the outskirts of the swampland, Labinda Swamp. If someone can give me a survival check as you start to see the shift.
You got it, babe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
A natural 1.
Can I throw one or two as well?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, that was Higgins. Never mind.
Yeah, I rolled the first one. I wanted to see.
Okay.
Okay.
Nope.
So
I just rolled on that 20.
That's
Nice.
What the-
okay, so Higgins, everything looks freaking wet, and you're just looking towards the swamp, and it looks miserable.
Gross landscape.
I like to imagine like Zurich like reaches over from Oberon and just puts his hand on Higgins' head and turns it to look toward the perfectly suitable flat dry land on the other side of the road.
Oh,
Actually,
over there.
yes, please.
Yeah, Snow, you're looking at the swamp and you're just like, oh man, I could probably find some dry area within that swamp, but
I wonder if there's a place up in a tree.
yeah, you probably find some place pretty quickly within the swamp, but
You guys, there's plenty.
the two. But
Oh yeah, that's right. Mhm.
but what you miss is on the other side of the road. There's a nice grove of trees that are not part of the swampland. And Vake and Zurich both spot. Vake says, "Oh, those trees might look nice," and as Zurich, with his high perception, kind of peers into the past the tree line, and he said, "Oh yeah, that little area inside of there, that looks like a good place. They're right next to that cliff. You see that in there?" And yeah.
My accent might have changed slightly, but yep, just like that. Right
Yes.
past those trees.
Right past those trees. Yes. I don't want to do it right now. But yeah, you're able to find a nice place to camp for the night, and I'm gonna move us to our little campsite.
We're gonna get mauled out here.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, we have our sleeping bags. My blue one.
They are color coded, yes.
Oh my god.
I love that my color is just poop.
Wait, are we higher up or lower?
Lower.
Lower.
Oh, we're lower?
surrounded by walls.
So we're surrounded by walls, which I'm just saying is a good place for an ambush. For someone to
if
ambush
we-
us.
I mean, there's something at our back, so something won't sneak up us unless they have a high
Yeah,
ground.
you're more tucked into
high are the
a
walls?
safe.
Oh yeah, how high are the walls?
They're about 10 feet, so they're pretty easily scalable.
I can jump that, no problem.
Me too. Let's have a jumping contest. Let's go.
I'm gonna
Did you
be
guys
setting
see
that
contest?
up. No, okay.
Oh yeah, we're doing it.
Okay.
I'm going to start laying down an alarm, Fred. You all have your good fun.
I'm cutting vegetables, but poorly.
Ah,
You
this
want
is gonna
to
be
try and
awesome.
jump higher than me?
Oh, I bet
I
you
will
I can
argue-
jump higher than you.
He is
think
literally
you
a
can,
rabbit.
huh?
It's the thing. Rabbit! They're rabbits. They do that.
Foxes also jump, just so you know.
know shit.
Vake jumps too, guys. Don't forget about me.
Okay.
Yes,
by all
of
means.
course.
Okay.
Oh
The
my
one who
goodness,
could
I'll just-
fight giants if he so pleased.
I just have to
Yeah.
lay this down over here and connect it to all this time, and then maybe Zerk's just grumbling to himself as he's laying down on Mars.
What are we rolling? No.
Yeah, well, that's a good question.
Well, if it's just a standing leap. Okay, if it's just if it's a run and jump, then you'll get advantage on a strength check. But if it's just a standing leap, it would be just a straight it would be athletics check, not acrobatics.
Damn it.
All right, Vake is gonna just show off, and before he even knows what the contest is, he's gonna go over to like the side of the wall over here, and he's just gonna fucking try to vertically jump the whole thing without using his hands, just like just leap, like kind of crouch and then leap all the way up, like 10 feet vertical, like a fucking Hulk or something.
Okay,
Holy shit.
yeah, just give me an athletics check.
I'm rolling athletics too, is that right?
I love it. I love my roll.
I just looked up the Harrigan's bunny hop
Oh
thing.
my god. Vake, how do you get so many
Oh my
nat
god.
20s?
So when you guys finished rolling,
Class,
Well, yes.
I am so
you just rolled a nat 20 on your fucking athletics. Can you stop?
I told you.
Pointless
Vake is
jump.
the strongest motherfucker.
So I think what's your strength is what, an 18?
Mine? Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see. Hold on.
You need to
It is
stop.
18. Yeah. 18.
Okay. So jeez, I think what's the standing jump distance? It's half your strength,
It's
right?
half your strength plus like 3 feet or something like that. It's like
Yeah. Okay. So with a nat 20, it was you thought like you are able to just get this all-star leap up, and you plant flat at the top, the very tippy top of this cliff here. Small cliff. With the Harrigan ability to just leap, you are able to do so with style. And
It doesn't
exactly.
show. I can jump 15 feet. Or directly into
just
the-
without even. He can do it
anyway.
like a bunch of times just for free. Just boing.
It's really great. So I'll just walk up and I'll just kind of inspect this ledge and then just whoop right up here and I'll give you a high five.
Y'all are insane. Class, is there any way I can use acrobatics at all?
I will say you can use acrobatics, but it's at disadvantage. And there's going to be a DC.
Okay, how do I add disadvantage?
Just roll
You do
twice.
it twice.
Roll twice, take the lower number.
That sucks.
And Vake kind of looks down at Snow
Oh,
like,
man.
how's the weather down there?
I make that jump still, but
Yeah, you jump up to about the halfway point, and you try to like plant your hand on a flat piece of rock that's jutting out, so you can get like some grip, and the rock breaks, and you don't hurt yourself, but you do lose grip, and you're not able to get up to the top. But it would have been cool if you landed it.
okay, I'm gonna fucking jump again.
All right, let's go.
And Zurek is like behind them, laying down the alarm thread.
If
Yes,
you-
it's not-
Go ahead and athletics check with advantage since you are running jumping.
Who?
You.
You
What? Wait, what am I rolling again?
athletics check with
Oh,
advantage.
athletics. Okay.
Yes, but you're doing a running jump, so you have advantage with it.
Do you understand? It's a 0. Let's see.
Right?
That's still better.
Yeah. So you are able to run and jump, plant your hand, and the way you launched was a little bit better this time, and a little bit less fancy. But you were able to plant your hands at the top of the 10 feet, and then kind of like use the momentum to boost yourself up, twisting your body sideways to get up to the top pretty easily.
She
You
just
did
looks
it.
annoyed at this point.
No, don't look sad. You did it.
Not annoyed, I'm pissed.
Why?
And
A wall.
unfortunately, climbing is athletics based, whereas falling is more acrobatics.
The world's strange, mistress.
You
challenged a rabbit to a jumping contest. I don't know what you expected.
I can still normally jump 10 feet. I don't know what's wrong with me here.
The dice.
You can jump up. What's your strength score?
No, my race can jump 10 feet high.
Oh, you didn't tell me that. I didn't hear that.
Oh, sorry,
that
I
changes
thought
things.
you knew.
That changes things. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no. I have
So
at a
much.
base minimum, I can always jump 10 feet high.
All right, so much like Higgin, you're able to jump pretty easily up to the top of this 10
Just
foot.
not as cool as
Yes.
Hagen. Cool, that's fine.
I can get a
On
little
the
bit
first
farther.
try?
On the first try, yes, you're able to do that.
Okay, then I'm not irritated. I'm just as happy as anyone else.
So you do the whole like, cool fox twist, and you're able to like land with your facing the group down below. Like you jump up and twist in a way to where you land backwards
Thank you.
and stick to the landing.
I was just thinking
And
because it was
so-
a contest that the normal rules don't apply. Sorry.
No worries. So, you three have successfully, in your own way, landed on the first try, this 10-foot jump.
We're all so good at jumping.
Congrats, guys. Do you want to help with dinner now?
No.
Okay. Higgin, these vegetables are for
Yeah,
you.
you're gonna have to bring the food up here. You know, we're kind of superior now.
Out here now. Actually,
Okay.
this looks like a great spot to hang out.
Go ahead and sleep up there, but I'm not watching you during my watch.
Well, you don't get a dome if you're not up here.
I'll sleep on the edge.
On the edge of what?
On the edge of your dome.
On the edge of glory.
Well, I'm going to sleep
it's not
down
gonna
here.
reach down there.
I'm going to sleep down here because that's where the DM put my sleeping bag. So
That's true. I can't. It's glued to the ground, guys. Like, I cannot physically move it.
this is it. This is our reality.
Sorry, I thought it would be cool to make a little campsite for like.
No,
It is
it
really
is.
awesome, and I love it.
It is cool.
All right.
You didn't expect to have paranoid idiots as your partner.
No, I did not.
I am
was your
always
fault.
paranoid, always an idiot.
Something
Tell it like
real
it is.
cool. There you go.
Hey,
What?
Dr.
Cla-
Pepper.
Classic Dr. Pepper glass bottle.
Sweet.
I'm excited.
I
all
will,
of
after
it.
I finish setting down my alarms, I will assist Cinda in making dinner.
Good, because I'm making a travesty of these vegetables.
Right, you should stop and let me
They're
handle
all
that.
different size
So-
chunks. I've cut myself twice.
I look at these cuts with my doctor's hands and I just cry.
It's very sharp.
Oh God. Is
The
this
carrot
red?
keep rolling. I don't know what to
Was
do.
this red your finger? Was this your blood?
Doesn't matter if the blood's on the vegetables. If I wash them, it's fine. Yes, thank you. Except that might affect Higgins' vegetarian diet. Does that?
No, to add flavor, I guess. I don't know. It's probably fine.
Higgins,
It's
I'm
a little
say
bit
you're
of iron.
going through a phosphorus deficiency, so you need some blood in your diet.
That's right.
Okay.
Have some of my blood.
An iron deficiency.
What can you tell?
Oh dear.
Is my fur not shiny?
No, that's why you need to drink more blood, dear.
Oh, I thought that was from
Drink
the
more
swamp
blood,
lake.
make the fur shiny. Got it.
Alright, where do I roll to assist and make dinner?
Me too.
Both of you. Okay, well, both of you make a survival check.
Me?
Yes.
Whew.
Oh,
10.
Okay.
Not bad. Not bad for me.
Wow. Okay. With a little bit of guidance from Zurich, you're able to properly start cutting the vegetables up into nice medallion, like zucchini in nice medallions to be grilled. Tomatoes
Why
are
is
nicely
bacon the
sliced.
fire?
Oh, whoops. I was wondering why my sleeping bag was so hot, guys. Shit.
Evenly burning paint.
And this is where Snow starts stepping in and starts filleting and cooking the fish, since you are so used to ice fishing.
yeah.
this is like the one thing I'm used to cooking.
Yes, this is definitely the one thing that you are definitely very used to cooking.
Does Cinda cringe when the bones in the fish come out?
Why would you say that to my ears?
Well, it's a reality. I just had to know.
I hate it.
Are you?
Now we all know.
Yeah, the player will cringe at that. Thanks.
Oh, but not Cinta.
Oh, so she would too. She's a little baby princess who's never done anything before in her life.
Yeah, you can hear the scraping of the fillet knife against the ribs of the fish. It gets.
I don't need this ASMR. Hate it.
But yeah, with a combined roll, I think dinner tonight is actually pretty good.
It's nothing like what Orem would make, but it's certainly tasty.
Oh, the cook?
Yes.
The blind one.
Ah, I guess him. I don't trust him.
What?
What?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Why?
I think it's a reaction out of you all. Oh, yeah, sure. He seems fine. I just like Avery.
I'll have you know I've detected poison for every meal, and none of it has spiked anything, so...
It'd be dumb of him to poison the first meal, and he's got to make a habit of not poisoning the meals so that when it is poisoned...
I did say every.
Yeah, so when it is poisoned, he'll be like, oh, I've been feeling them for months, and it's never been poisoned, so that's really weird, you know? Look at somebody else.
I don't trust that arm guy. He never looks me eye to.
He never looks me in the eye.
I never makes eye contact.
He never makes eye contact.
Zurich just looks over at Cinda and is like, Why? Wait, just shut up.
Okay. I eat my soup.
Oh, are we doing like a menudo?
I guess
or
it's a
something like
stew
that?
now.
I was always under the impression it was a stew. It doesn't matter what it is.
I was just gonna make like fish like skewered like on a stick
Zurich.
over a fire.
Zurich in the fire.
Throw Zurich.
You're putting Zurich in the fire. I'm gonna stop you.
Nah, this is my brother. I'm allowed to do what I want. Oh, and now Vic's on top of him. It's about time for that.
Cinda, are you okay?
I have a lot
You
going
are
on
not.
right now.
But yeah.
Okay, who wants to take first watch?
I got it. Before it gets too dark.
You have the alarm spell. You can do the dome if you would like, but you don't have to.
I'm doing the dome because I can.
Okay.
Dome. There's six of us.
Dome.
There's 6 of us, so we could just do 2 per watch.
Sophie, I'll take last watch.
Okay.
I will too.
Okay.
I'll take second watch.
Higgin ponders to himself why he even has a bedroll.
To be comfortable.
Kind of just a place to sit for you now.
To be comfortable. You can sit on the floor.
I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll decide to sleep.
Hagen, this is why Wait,
I
do
know,
you
why
want to
don't
be
you bother
warm
taking
or
care?
cold during night?
It's true,
Hagen.
Hagen could just do the watch himself every night.
I could.
Hagen, warm or cold? Which one
Warm.
do you like better?
I like to be warm.
Awesome. I make your sleeping bag warm.
Wow.
Alright.
You'll curl up under there.
It's like putting your blanket in the dryer for 15 minutes.
His face sticking out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'll be up all night. But if other
Okay.
people want to watch too, that's fine.
So, Zurich is second watch. Who's first watch? Is it
Me. I'll do it.
Okay, Vake and Higgin? That's it?
I think so.
Sure.
Okay. Alright, as everybody settles down, belly's full, nice and warm next to the fire, within the dome, safety of the dome, as it blends in with your natural surroundings. Go ahead and make a perception check, both Higgin and Vake. Wonderful.
Ooh, we're gonna die tonight,
What a
guys.
quiet night.
Yeah, Vake is like
Um,
walking. Actually, yeah, he's like walking along like this, but he's not actually looking at anything. Like he's just kind of like looking at the floor, like, yeah, I'm guarding. I got this, guys.
He keeps stepping over the alarm, and I'm like, ugh.
I'm just watching the bake
Yeah.
face back and forth. Wow, he's
Alright.
such a great guard. I don't even have to do anything.
Give me a D100, please, Vake.
You got it. My favorite. Lucky double
77.
Is that lucky?
7. Well, yeah, of course it is. What?
7s are always lucky.
Right, class? Super lucky, right?
Right, class? He's like the Queen's Guard at Buckingham Palace. They just march in place. They're silhouetted. I like that his icon also changes direction. About face.
Yep, this is my life now.
Okay. Actually, give me another one, D100, please.
Okay.
That's too many dragons. 95 dragons is way more dragons.
Too many dragons.
So many dragons.
One would say an obscene amount
But
of
5
dragons.
dragons less than of 100, so.
That's true. At least I saw 100 dragons.
Gotta look at the bright side.
At least it's not 1,500 dragons.
That's true, and then it ends up being 1,500 dragons.
Okay.
And then the game crashes because class
That's a
has
lot
a
of dragons
stroke.
surrender.
I like how you're just going back and forth, mate.
As you are pacing,
Bring
you
it on.
see as sunlight starts to pour through, or not sunlight, as moonlight starts to pour through the
Never break your
trees.
dongle.
There's something that breaks it with some movement, and you don't notice it because, well, you only notice it because the moonlight changes across your face, and in this tree here, you
Wait,
see
saying that again? I didn't see that.
right here.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, I had to zoom out.
You see a well, it's more a little further back through the trees, not this tree specifically, but in this direction, a couple trees back, you see 2 red pinpoints.
Someone has a laser pointer. Oh.
Or
Two of them.
red eyes.
Two laser
Equal an equal distance apart from each other, around the same level, and you see them kind of like, it looks like something is staring back at you.
Yeah, so I look at it and I pretend like I don't see it, but then I keep doing my watch, but then when I get over here, I kind of go over to everybody and I wake everyone up. I like shake everyone's bag like silently, and I'm like, guys, Higgins, you should wake everyone up too. There's
waking up, pulling out swords.
Nudge
What?
Snow and
Yeah, I'm like, sorry,
Why are you on the
so
fire?
cool. Guys, wake up.
What you seeing?
What?
I don't know.
I
didn't see anything.
Jake.
Yeah, there's something out there. It was watching me. I didn't like it, and it is.
As you look back, that in that space, it is void of the hulking figure within the standing on the tree branch.
Hey, Cinda, don't you have some light magic? Could you send it that way?
I do. Yeah, I do. I guess I have to leave the dome to cast it for it to work. So
Well, you just have to exit your hand from the dome. You'll be fine.
Nope, you have
No,
to
it
leave
has
the
to be
dome.
your whole body.
Oh,
Otherwise,
okay.
people would exploit the dome. The spell would be broken. So I step out of the dome, but right next to it, and I conjure three dancing light, and I'm in a little trail toward the area that they're pointing me at, and I'm rubbing sleep from my eyes as I do it.
Okay. So, Vake, what I said was, when you look back into the space where it was, this hulking figure with two red eyes, you see a large part of the space has been now filled with moonlight, as it is now missing.
There's nothing there, Vake.
Should have been something there.
I'm thinking that trout might have had hallucinogenic properties, guys.
Well, there was a rainbow trout.
As you say nothing's there, and as the dancing lights float up into the sky to illuminate the sky, you see with a 25-foot wingspan, and you see the fluttering above you of a giant moth.
In the dome now.
It's a moth! It's a big moth!
And it
Vake
just
thinks it is the cutest fucking thing.
It just you hear it's like you hear the whoosh of this moth as it flies up above you and towards the swamp.
Oh, wait, I have light. I'm gonna make all the balls coalesce into a big one. Come back! I know moths like lights.
Why do you want to
Vake
come
is
back?
enamored by this moth.
Because moths are cute.
It just keeps on
Oh my
going.
god, guys, was that Mothman?
It's a bug.
Yeah, but it's a fluffy one.
Yeah, it's also a 25-foot wingspan.
I mean, yeah,
So
it's
wait,
big.
did it
It
leave?
was huge,
Did
and
it-
I'm sure could fuck us up, but yeah.
It was a moth. Oh my gosh.
Wait, but did it leave just now? Like,
Yeah,
it flew towards the swamp.
right
Until-
over you into the swamp. Yep.
until it fully leaves my eyesight, I'm gonna just stare at it like it's a god.
You have a weird taste in animals.
yeah.
Like,
No, I love that thing. Vake is literally very clearly in love with that moth.
it's the moth of the Labenda.
It's very pretty, though, I will admit. I'm just scared of dying, so.
It's a moth.
Once it like leaves my eyesight, I'm like, guys, did you see that majestic creature?
Yep,
Yep.
I'm going back to bed.
Lance, do you want to know anything about magic moths?
I no. I mean,
Okay. Yeah, it's a real big moth.
you've never seen one that big before at all.
Oh, yeah, that's bazonkers.
I mean, you would know basic information about moths,
They're
but
fluffy.
goddamn, that was a massive.
Variety?
Or I suppose
Didn't
it's
know.
nature I should have rolled, right?
Syndicate
Well, I
moth.
mean-
Can I roll nature? For big moth?
Roll for moth.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna roll nature.
Vake mentions that everything. Vake
Can't
mentions
stop
that
growing at once.
Vake is gonna say that everything seems to be bigger Like, the
That's
vegetables
true.
were
I was
bigger,
just thinking about the
the
vegetables.
fish are bigger, and now this giant moth. I'm like, guys, I think there might be like a bigger mage guy out here making everything
A bigger mage. To be fair, the fish for biggest class doesn't know much about.
They don't usually come that big.
The Texas moths.
Texas.
No,
Yeah,
Hagen,
the
they're
fucking
usually not that big.
I've seen big
children.
bugs like that in the Fae.
You have?
Remind me to
Yes.
go to the Fae.
Oh!
There's big bugs and lots of other big horrible things.
Are there giant moths like that?
Probably. I don't know. I haven't seen one because I rolled in that one.
Getting back to the bed.
Probably go to
I'm
sleep.
going to
Well. The moth takes off northeastward, and it is out of sight. You wake everybody up for the sight to behold.
Behold the moth.
The moth,
The eye
the
of
moth.
the beholder.
And for the rest of their watch, nothing happens.
I just it's like not my turn anymore.
Oh, you are
Robot.
very robot.
We're a robot.
God damn it!
You're
Can
fine
you guys
now.
hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was saying I'm for the rest of my watch I'm just gonna talk with Hagen about the moth.
Yeah, go for it. If you want, I mean, anything relevant, you just want to talk about moths?
Yeah, I just want to talk about it in general, like the giant moth. I'm like, is it just me or like does no one care about that? Like that was so much cooler than like anything we've seen. Like,
I thought it was pretty cool.
oh yeah, no, I mean it was cooler than a dragon. We see, dragons are everywhere. When's the next time we're gonna see a 20-something foot moth?
I don't know. I don't even know how it could fly. It looked really heavy.
I really need some of the powder off of its wings. I just want to know what that feels like on my face. Makes sense. Kind of aggressively.
I'll shoot it if I see it again.
Yeah.
So this
That moth
this particular moth, from what you could tell, wasn't a colorful type of moth. It was more of a peppered moth, more like black and white.
Even cooler.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's this one type of moth that has like a literal skull on its like wings or something.
Is that the
I think
main
it's
thing?
no, I think it's called like the death moth or something like that. Though.
Yeah, it's in Silence of the Lambs. And Death Says Moth.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. So next watch is Durek and Sil or Snow. Who's the second watch?
It's me. I don't know who else.
And Snow.
Higgin.
I mean,
Higgins
I'll do
Oh,
it, but
I know me and Still are the last watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always plus Higgin.
can I say it with the girls though?
Well, then we'd have 4 people up at.
Yeah, it's us girls. Let's talk.
Yes, Hagen, please join us.
Okay, Hagen, but you're gonna have to let me paint your nails.
Okay.
Did you paint mine?
Braid your hair.
Yes. We'll all sit in a circle and paint each other's nails.
Are we just all gonna stay?
Yeah.
Zurich, you're
So
on your own.
Zurich-
We're having your girl.
Yeah.
I will
That's
say,
fine.
okay, off topic, but I will say this Dr. Pepper hits a lot different and it's a lot better. I
This
swear.
Pepper just
Hits hard.
It's awesome.
So I'm on watch. I will
Yeah, there's that moth.
look for a moth.
Such a pretty moth.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
Whoops. Need to roll that.
Okay.
A 15.
Alright, perception 15, awesome. Dexterity, you do not dodge the fireball, so you will take, I'm just kidding.
Whoa! Through the
Surprise
dome, shit.
That means one of us cast it.
That's true, actually. Also, it's probably...
Who would do that?
Vivek.
Fake? If Fake has fireball, I have some questions.
Alright. So, with
Reveal.
15, give me a D100 there, Zurich.
2. That was close.
33.
33.
33. Oh.
So is this after the nail painting, or?
It's before.
The nail painting is during our watch.
Oh, okay. Is this just Zurich all by himself?
So,
Higgins just kind of sitting there.
Is there any conversation going on between Snow and Zurich, or what are you guys doing during watch?
Well, I thought Snow was waiting for the next watch.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so Higgin and Zurich, what?
If that's okay with you.
Are you conversing here?
I see the walls around our hut, and I see the road, and then a swamp. I don't see anything else.
Higgins just got his little workbook out. Oh, well, just keep an eye out. Scribbling.
Nothing
relevant you want to talk about, or?
Yo, Snow just got eaten by the doppelganger. What's happened? Your little like emblem just like swapped out.
Oh god.
Today's been really nice, don't you think?
It's certainly been a nice change. I'm glad to finally have a chance to some quiet travel.
Yes.
Well, mostly quiet.
Nothing crazy. It definitely won't be a battle soon.
I feel like you're trying to implicate something, Higgin.
No.
Are you bored?
Well, yes. You have something to do?
I always have something to do. Are you looking for a project?
Yes.
Zurich opens up his bag of holding, and he pulls out a breastplate that has all sorts of these syringes on where the arms meet, right at the shoulders.
Okay.
And he hands that over to Higgin, and he says, "If you could make this more comfortable."
More comfortable. It's got all these pointy things sticking to it.
Yes.
I would remove those ones. They'd stick into you.
That is the purpose, yes.
Oh, you want those?
Yes, those have a purpose, Higgin.
Oh, so keep those on there, and also make it comfortable.
Yes.
All right. What do I roll to do that?
I don't think there's anything you can do here.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Dirk's literally just giving you an item he's made just to waste your time.
He'll puzzle over it.
Yeah.
It's the biggest riddle of all time.
As you give Higgins something to do, and the silence takes over.
Really don't like how you say that.
You notice that the silence is absolute. Not even the rustling of leaves is perceived, or the chirping of the cricket that was chirping earlier.
Higgin,
You hear Vake mumbling about the moth in his sleep.
Higgin, do you
Brow is
suddenly...
furrowed, looking at this armor.
What? Huh? What?
There's no sounds of wildlife all of a sudden.
Oh, that's probably not good.
It's so silent that it kind of like affects your ears in a way that, like, you know, that kind of what's that feeling where
Tinnitus?
it's just yes, exactly.
That
Mup,
is, yeah, that's the word.
mup, mup, mup.
Mup.
Can we hear each other though?
You can talk to me, yeah.
Okay.
It's just a feeling you guys are getting.
Should we wake people up? Should we just?
Perhaps.
Sylphia.
As you go to wake everybody up,
No, wake up.
you hear a rushing sound like a river as is blowing through the camp, and all the sounds from the past 10 minutes start rushing back to your ears and fill your ears with
What the fuck?
Oh, what the
It
fuck
just-
is that?
it is super loud, and the cricket is like chirping at like 10 times the speed. You hear the rustling of leaves come back. Like time had stopped right there in terms of sound, and it's now all rushing back into present time.
Dave's hold his ears down
Would this
over
wake
his
us
head.
all up?
I don't know why it wouldn't.
I know I'm up. Hagen woke me up.
Yep. You wake up.
I'm looking outside the hut.
What
I'd
could
be
have
awake
caused
for sure.
something like that?
Okay. Make a perception check if you're looking outside the hut.
Same here.
Class, does this seem like any magic I'm familiar with or have heard about?
Make an Arcana check.
I'd like to also make an Arcana check.
Sure.
That was
But-
a hot roll.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
You were looking at some armor.
Zurich, you
Here,
take a look around outside the dome, and it's a peaceful twilight. The moon is straight overhead, casting moonlight upon the camp and the dome, and nothing seems amiss. Cinda, you've heard of pockets, dimensional pockets that could be perceived in the middle of a group of trees or in the middle of a forest. Sometimes in the middle of a forest, the veil is thin between the realms. And sometimes other realms bleed into the material realm. And that might have been a side effect just now.
Do I think there's like a tear or a thin layer between planes here, or is like whatever happened done?
You take a look around and everything seems to be normal. Like the
Oh boy.
sports.
I explain that to the group. So y'all don't have to hear it again.
Well, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to hear it again because y'all fucking died for me.
Okay,
Oh.
I will explain it again. Take it away, class.
Wow. Okay.
So,
Just to really nail it down.
So there are instances or places within the material realm where the veil between planes can be super thin at certain parts of the night.
Okay.
What just happened, based on the 25 Arcana check, Cinda believes that that one of the upper planes or the outer planes had just came very, very close to the material plane and created a magical stop or time stop or lag of sound waves within this area of this tree grove. And it was time catching up as the outer plane had just passed by.
Class
Some
would
weird planar drive-by.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Class would know anything about that.
No, not really.
Sure.
So I guess nothing to panic about except for the bullshit loud noises.
So two planes just got close to each other?
And they just kind of scraped, you know, kind of like fault lines cause an earthquake, except a sound quake.
By chance, during something like that, could one go to another? One thing?
You know, I don't know, but if something like that ever happens again, we could try to find where it's touching. See if we can pass through it. I don't know why we
Wait, could you
would.
travel to another plane doing that?
I'm pretty sure that's where the moth came from.
Oh, you think so? That's not a bad idea. You think there might be like a... It would make sense that it would be the Feywild since we're in the woods. Those two things usually coincide in some way.
Could be.
But yes, you can travel through planes. I don't know if you can travel through those kinds of instances, but with the right kind of magic or the right place where there's a tear, you can easily do so. Well, I don't know if easily is the right word, but it's possible. There might be a rip for the Feywild nearby.
Oh, maybe I'll go look around.
See if you can sniff out something familiar.
I'm gonna go Eldritch Sight.
Can you not go alone?
I'm just right here.
Sure.
Gonna go outside the bubble and just Eldritch Sight and just look around in the tree lines. Around
Okay.
us.
Make
Obviously, I'll see all Eric's alarm spells.
Ding, 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 ding.
But what else?
Okay.
Perception. Arcane.
Perception.
Okay. God, friggin' rolls are awful today.
Yeah. You don't really pick up anything with your detect magic or see anything overtly magical.
Don't really see anything too out of the ordinary.
I mean, it might be further from here, or more deeper in the woods.
It makes sense that something like this might exist. I mean, my species went from one plane to another once. Just by kind of...
I mean, Higgins did that just recently.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem for you.
Yeah,
Well, you had like a...
easy.
You had like a...
Good, I hitchhiked.
Uh-huh. I mean, we could look in the morning if you're so curious.
We could also be on our guard.
Yeah, I mean, all that's come out is apparently big vegetables, trout.
Big vegetable, big moth.
Big vegetable, big broth, and big dish.
Big dish.
So it's all very neutral.
Big
to me.
noise.
And big noise.
Alright.
For the rest of the watch, nothing of significance happens, and your watch comes to a conclusion. Zarek?
All right. I wake up everyone else.
Again.
All right. Waking up
quite a bit these days.
Yep.
No, Sil, Cinda. Everyone but the Vake, basically, and then I lay down.
All right. Go ahead and make perception checks for me, please.
Oh, this will go well. Not bad for me.
Mm?
Did I roll the highest perception? This never happens.
Wow. Okay. Cinda, give me a D100.
Yes. 24.
Ooh, there's
24.
a movie about that.
24? The number?
Or was it 23? I always get that mixed up.
What movie?
The one with Jim Carrey,
25.
the main actor.
A lot of movies.
Son of the Mask.
The one that's named 24?
24.
Or
No, it's 23.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Right.
It was fucking wrong.
Okay.
Please excuse me while I run to the restroom.
You're excused.
Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally.
Zerk doesn't wake up.
Dead.
You can still mess
The,
around with armor.
Okay.
The armor.
With a 24, the watch goes by without any incident. Would you like to talk about anything as it happens?
Just painting someone's nails.
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw a picture of that moth that we saw.
Okay.
A good one.
You can paint Higgins' nails.
I'm going to.
They're tiny little claw
It's like when
things.
people paint their pets' nails.
Yeah.
So good. Where's that
What
note?
color?
It's in my bag. Cinda wears blue, so it would be blue.
Blue. Okay. These are
Would you mind?
pretty.
Just to level it on you.
Stillfield's gonna, like, kind of hop from tree, glide, and then hop and glide from each tree and see if she can see anything. Basically,
Okay.
like, the whole time to keep her awake.
Another mob.
Hey, Cinda.
Hmm? Yes?
There's magic that can resurrect people, right? Bring them back
Oh, yes.
from the dead. But, like, bring them back in good condition. Like, alive.
Yes.
Yes? I don't know. Are you talking, like, necromancy, like, making skeleton slaves versus, like, just bringing someone back
Exactly.
as they were? Yes, absolutely. It's difficult magic, but it's possible.
Class, I know I'm a bard, right?
You know you're a bard? I should hope so.
Well, I should know what classes are, right? I don't understand D&D
Well,
all
class
that
is the
much.
DM.
I mean,
Whatever.
okay. Can bards learn that kind of magic?
Um.
Oh, I asked that to Cinda.
It's usually, don't get me wrong, I'm not an expert. It's usually reserved for the holy classes, paladins and clerics, but it's not impossible for someone based more in the arcane, like a bard or a wizard, such as myself, to learn it. It's not easy. And it's not inexpensive. Generally speaking, those kinds of spells consume a lot of material, like diamonds.
Cool.
I don't see why you couldn't be able to. It just might not be as fast going as you might have if you were worshipping a god.
You want to save people.
I do.
I'm dying. I do too.
That'd be nice if one of you dropped. We could pick you back up.
Yeah.
You have that goal too, Hagen?
Yes, I want to.
Me, Zurich, and
Protect.
you all.
I want to
Protect.
protect everybody. I don't want people to die around me.
Sometimes it has to be that way.
I'm definitely gonna try to learn one of those spells.
I don't know who you should talk to learn that. I don't know if you could learn it the same way a paladin or a cleric might, because of their connection to holy
I'll find a
beings.
way.
I'm sure you will.
Be nice to... You don't know anything? You don't know anywhere I could maybe find that info?
Let's try the Cobalt Soul. They're the...
Wait, the fucking Cobalt Soul? We were there!
Well, you didn't ask, did you?
I guess I'll just
It
have
is-
to ask later.
Well, there's also multiple libraries, so one library might have something that the other one doesn't.
Definitely have to look there for some info.
There is one in Rexentrum, and we are headed that way.
No, you're not.
Rexentrum is north, above Novgorod. Yes?
No. It is...
Show me that fast. Let me get my bearings.
Maybe we can look together.
That's true.
Absolutely.
Well, Higgins is more religiously based than you are, Snow, so I don't know if your paths would be the same.
It is actually west of Novgorod and a
Damn
little bit
it.
south.
Well, we're going to the Amber Crossing, right?
No.
Oh,
No, we're going through Upper Duke.
I'm done.
It's okay, I obviously don't know where I am either.
You would be right below Burlbin. Or Barrelbin.
I
Right
thought
about
we already
here.
made it to Marrow Valley.
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
We're in the
Cool.
swamp still. Okay,
Right.
well, Rexentrum has a Cobalt Soul. Zdash has a Cobalt Soul.
That's
What
it.
else has a Cobalt Soul? Is that it in the Wildemount?
Western.
It's alright. I'll find
Yes.
one eventually. Or I can ask the same question.
They're the accumulation of all knowledge
Oh,
we have
okay.
access to. So
I
if there's
didn't know
anyone who's
that.
going to know would be you or them.
I'm curious. At least
Curious about.
how it's done.
Yeah.
Usually it's pleading to a god.
Again, you do remember that Whitestone had a very sizable library, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not Cobalt Soul affiliated.
Whitestone
No.
had lots of books, lots and lots.
Oh.
They showed them
That's
to
good.
me. Too many to read, even with my glasses.
Percy was quite proud of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Lord
Percy
of
loved it.
Whitestone.
Loved all those books.
Unless you were asking the Goddess of Knowledge herself where you can learn it. One of her libraries is just going to have to do.
Does Cinda say anything when Higgins mentions Percy's name about his...
I mean, she knew he visited already,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and she definitely wants to go herself.
Maybe he would show you the library too. He's pretty nice.
You better show me the library. If I'm gonna go, I'm gonna want to see their goddamn library. Maybe I'll find out the key to immortality. Oh, I have. It's called getting consecuted.
Wait, what's that?
We had this conversation with Solange.
Oh,
do you remember?
that's right. That's right. We
Yes.
did.
I mean, you could feasibly be immortal. Your body would die, but you could.
Is that
come
something
back.
you want? Be immortal?
Oh, well, it certainly would give me more time to learn things, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Honestly, that would be really awesome. Being immortal. Ooh, that'd be so cool.
The problem is you have to convert your faith. You have to believe in the Luxon and go through their rites of passage. So it's not as simple as asking to be consecuted. You have to earn it.
Okay.
It's like being Jewish.
Alright.
But it is something I am interested in doing.
Anything else you're interested in doing? Like kind of short term?
Short term is don't know yet. I'm just following my brother right now. As long as he'll let me.
Life gets flipped upside down on its head, right?
Exactly.
Sorry for yelling at you that day.
I deserved it.
You kind of did.
Just being a little crazy. I think Vake just grumbled yes in his sleep, and that's terrifying. Yeah.
Wait, should we ask him more questions?
He grumbled, and it's weird because he was just talking about the moth like 4 seconds ago, and now it's like he knows what we're talking about.
What do you think about the moth? And I say it in like kind of a sexual tone and like whispering into Vake's ear.
Yeah, you
I don't
literally
know what you're implying about the moth.
No, Vake's entire body kind of perks up like moth.
Perks up. There's a tent in the sleeping bag.
There's no tents here.
She takes out her book and she's just like, man, I'm gonna have to draw this thing very like attractive.
Ah!
Vake's tent?
No! Oh, what happened to this conversation? Where's Sophia?
We got derailed. Sorry, Cinda.
That's okay. I'm kind of wondering where our friend is.
You hear the rustling of some branches.
Wait, do we though?
Yep.
Ah, there she is.
Oh, she's just in the trees.
Yeah, as long as she's close to not being eaten by a mountain lion, that's great.
Yeah, no.
Beat, motherfucker.
Sophia, what's your AC?
You're kidding, right?
What?
What's your AC, Sophia?
You're kidding, right?
What? 16? Okay.
Yeah.
Mountain lions.
Higgins just like waving his hands to dry the paint.
Surgeon flies up and just lands right on Meg.
You have to be really careful while your hands are wet.
So Sophia, with an AC of 16, nothing happens, and the watch comes to a close as the sun begins to rise.
Christ. You heart attack causer.
Yeah. So, beginning of day 2.
On the road again.
Wake up!
I thought we were on the road.
Sun's up, everybody, wake up!
I thought we were on the road already.
Wake up, everybody!
At this point, I wake up just before Higgins shouts.
Breakfast!
Wait, did you prepare breakfast?
Yeah, Higgin.
I
You're just
could have
lying
tried.
to us? Like I tried making dinner.
Yeah, I can try.
Oh, hey, Vake.
I'm gonna secretly try to make everybody breakfast before they wake up.
Alright, give me a survival check.
Mm-hmm. That's not bad.
No, you kind of replicate some of the breakfasts that you've had.
Breakfast eye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just forget the meat.
Yeah, no meat.
Yeah.
We have leftover fish.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll do that. I'll make some sort of breakfast and then I'll scream wake up. Some sort of vegetable breakfast for everybody. With extra stuff that we didn't have before, because I can go out and forage for things as part of my character. It's like weird extra roots and little edible things.
What is this, Higgins?
Maybe you slip a little. You slip a little bit of moth.
I don't. just a microdose to everybody.
Yeah.
Pep them up.
Wait, what? Wait,
Do
what
it.
are you serving?
We might be able to scry.
Nice, wonderful. No, I don't think it's enough to scry.
We'll put enough into scry.
All right.
What the fuck did you do to us? What is it?
You don't know.
I wouldn't know. You didn't tell us that you put anything special in it,
It's a
right?
hot brownie.
You just fucking did it?
Hot brownie.
Yep.
It's delicious.
Everybody make a con save.
Snow will hurt you.
Oh boy.
Snow will hurt you.
Do you remember the last time I took this drop?
God save.
A constant.
Vake isn't gonna
saving
eat it because
throw.
it's the demon vegetables.
As
That's true.
usual, fucking nat 20 the con save for this yellow moss.
I will give myself a
Fucking
flash
19.
of genius to succeed at a 19.
All right.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what?
If you eat Higgins breakfast, you can make a con save, please.
We've been
And
dropped.
you don't know about it. Hey, Vake, I
Everybody's
drew you this picture.
Everybody's gonna see through time.
I love seeing through time.
Strangely, at the end of breakfast, you all start to kind of like
Pupils are all
Have-
dilated.
have this like colors start to get a little bit brighter. Like around you, the campfire seems to grow a little bit warmer.
What a
And-
great day it is.
You
This is
You-
how Higgins
you-
keeps up his pep.
you ponder about the future and what it holds, and everybody kind of like just kind of like takes a sit back in their bedroll, and collectively,
The collective. Collectively.
Okay.
collectively, you all succeeded. So we'll do this one by one. Who would you like to? Well, who? Vake, did you consume breakfast? Higgins breakfast?
I'm gonna go ahead and say no because they were the
Bad, the
vegetables that were
vegetables
from that garden.
Cursed vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It really
So,
does.
To the Vake, as you start eating rations of the breakfast that Higgin didn't make, you notice all at once the entirety of your party just slump back into their beds, and you see everybody's eyes glass over.
Just start vibing.
Yep.
I start freaking out. I'm like, I knew it. I fucking knew it. The goddamn veg.
Ah, man, chill out.
Alright.
I'm having a
Vake is like genuinely worried. He's like trying to wake everyone up. Like, guys, come on, not like this. I'm all alone.
We're
Oh,
awake. Just relax.
So, man, now I gotta put my Cheeto fries down.
Those chicken fries down, y'all.
Okay. Oh God. Let's go down the list. Higgin, who do you want to try on?
What do I want to try on? Does it have to be somebody I know?
Yes.
I know
What
who
are the
I want to
parameters
try
of
on.
no?
Or
I got a
wait,
nat 20. Can I do it?
You should scry on the fucking sheep that we left behind. Remember that sheep? Yeah.
The
I want to know how
pesco
that
sheep?
sheep is doing.
That's cheap.
Yeah, no. You remember the sheep? We talked to a bunch of sheep like long before we got to Zurich's hometown, like a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
The
I
sheep.
do remember the sheep. Yeah. I don't remember the names of them.
I don't think that's worthy of your scry, Higgin.
It's my scry.
Okay.
He can scry on whatever he likes.
It's true.
Alright, give me a moment.
I'm gonna try on. I don't know. God damn it!
First, your dad. Big dad, Higgin.
Perfect dad. You want me to? Sure.
Also
Why
the
not?
people in
Work if he's
I'll
in
scry
another
on
plane.
Flint. What's Flint up to?
What's Flintlock Pistol doing?
What's Duskbane up to?
Duskbane. Oh my god,
Yeah,
is
that's
that
a
what Higgins'
badass
last name
fucking
is?
name.
No.
Is he not a rabbit?
He's a rabbit.
Because that'd be really weird if he wasn't.
There you go. Just
So
don't have
you
last name, title.
try to extend your consciousness throughout the material realm, searching for Flint, your father.
Yeah.
And your vision sails out of your body, up into the sky, and westward, across the ocean, across jungle and mountain and forest, towards the elven city of Singorn. And it stops there, and your vision fades, and it doesn't have a target, as your father is not on this plane of existence.
Yeah. That's good to know, though.
And roll me a d4.
D4.
Yeah.
Right.
Hagen, did you do anything to this food?
Whatever it is, it's
I made it delicious. Don't you think?
Insight check on that.
Well, first of all, you're passed out, so wait until you're done.
Wait, am I passed out?
I think we all.
Sorry, I didn't know I was passed out.
Yeah.
I thought I was just like laying down. Sorry, never mind.
All of us passed out while this scry
I
is
didn't
happening.
know we were passing out.
Yeah.
not
Hagen,
like-
you're out for 4 hours.
oh man, Vic does think we're dead.
Yeah, yeah. I'm fucking panicking.
That's bad.
Unless the vape wakes you up,
Oh.
and then you wake up groggily.
Please.
Yeah, the vape
Um,
shake me awake.
But we'll get to that soon enough as we
Yeah.
go on to Snow. Snow, who would you like to scry on?
Oh, I get to scry on someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens with the food. The moss.
Oh, I'm scrying,
Can be anyone you know.
anyone that I've seen or known,
Yeah. Or heard about.
I'm going to reduce the amount of doses I have. This is.
I don't know who to scry on right
The entire
now.
Party. Someone from your home?
You used about 2 doses for the entire party.
Can't remember how many I had.
I'll scry on Ice Undying. How about that?
That's a cool name.
Oh. Okay. Ooh.
Sorry, did you
You're-
not develop this character?
Yeah, no.
Now you have to.
I don't know who else to scry on. That's the thing. Not much.
That's your father, yeah?
No.
Or sorry,
That's my
I'll be
guardian.
right back.
guardian.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Grandma.
Okay.
Used to be an adventurer.
Right.
Now it just is retired at our home.
So you see your vision goes out of your body up into the sky and directly northward, past forests and mountains into the tundra and icy north, as it zooms in on your small little village within the ice of Ice Cross. And it zooms through the underground tunnels of ice, and within a room you see, still sleeping, your guardian.
Do I get to wander
it
around?
looks- No, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
It's just, they seem to be sleeping soundly, probably sleeping in a little bit,
Cool.
and they seem peaceful.
You know they're alive.
Moving on to Stelfiel.
would she... Because I probably wasn't paying attention because I was doing something, is she aware that this is something she can do? That this is... Because she wouldn't really be thinking of anybody.
Yeah, this is you are aware that you can reach out and extend your consciousness to someone and take a peek.
Okay, and she's definitely going to be thinking about Vigus.
It's a good pick.
Much like Snow, your conscious leaves your body and zooms up into the air amongst these trees and zips northward to the deep forest of the Savalier Wood, where Shady Creek Run is. And within the woods, you see this monolithic fortress of stone, of dark gray stone, and a utilitarian structure of stone, a courtyard, and it dips into the building past this stone to a room where you see Vigus preparing for the day. He is in a white nightgown, or it's cloth, very simple, but he is starting to slip on a pair of ornate robes of red and gold and white, with a sash that goes around his neck and kind of falls down past his belly in the front and his chest. And from there, you see him pick up a silver chain with that at the end of it, you see the familiar chains and shackles at the end of them, and he slips that around his neck. From there, he smooths out his hair, or what little hair he has left. It's patchy, a little tuft on at the top of his head, and kind of like a friar's cut that skirts his ears down to the back of his neck. And it looks like he now has more hair upon his just general body than his head. He is as every bit of disgusting as you remember him. And he licks his lips in that kind of toadish kind of way, and has this evil looking grin as he exits the room, and that's when your vision is jettisoned back to your body.
Do I do a deep now?
Yeah, Snow
didn't do it either.
Snow and, well, it doesn't really matter because Vake is trying to wake you all up.
That's true.
So, yeah. You're just all groggy from this experience as Vake wakes you up.
You would have slept for 3 hours.
You would have been out for 3 hours. Let's go to Cinda.
Hi.
So, knowing that I can reach out and look at anybody, there is a brief moment where she entertains looking out toward her father because she's still very present on her mind. But she kind of fights that what's the word?
Self-interest?
No, it's more like self-harming, like self-loathing tendencies. The thing that'll keep her down, and she actually skips that, and she thinks about Solange instead.
Oh, well. Okay. So, your vision goes southward towards Zadash. And, you see that, it zooms into the pillow trove to a familiar bedroom. And, like most drow would within a sun-filled city, they much prefer nighttime to daytime. So Solange is sleeping in. She looks happy, and
She's actually sleeping instead
she
of
is
being haunted by nightmares.
She is actually sleeping very soundly. In kind of like a cute way too.
She's not one of those ugly sleepers who's
Nope.
drooling,
Not
snoring.
Not at
That's
all.
my job.
She's very proper. Like her hair is cleanly brushed out of her face and straight down, and
She looks dignified when she sleeps.
very dignified, very noble, very prim and proper. And yeah, that's what you find. Zurich. Oh yeah, what?
I was just gonna say she's pleased with her decision. She's that she didn't do that to herself, and she chose something that makes her happy instead.
All right. Zurich.
To make my decision, I'm going to roll a saving throw.
Okay.
Do the thing, Zurich.
Okay.
Do it.
There are times since seeing Tybalt, Zurich has been swallowed by the anger that he felt seeing his racism and the hatred that just kind of sat in Tybalt's soul, and you could read it on his face. And this moment is no different from them. And so Zurich is thinking about the man whose blood runs in his veins. He wants to know who and where his actual father is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's about fucking time.
I said the DC to 12, by the way.
Vake, since you missed it, we had Cinda speak in on Solange, and Silphiel peeked in on Vigus.
How long was Snow and Cinda out for?
Well, Vake would wake us up, but I will roll.
Yeah.
Just to see how long it was. 4
Uh,
hours.
and I need to pull up a map here. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
I'm so excited about this. It's hot here.
If I had rolled a 12, he would have looked in on Annika.
Aww. So
Aww.
I did the opposite, where I avoided the thing that would make me sad and miserable, and I looked in on Solange, and instead of looking in on the thing that would make you happy and stable, you looked in on the thing that would make you sad and miserable.
Possibly. Kind of an unknown.
That's true. I think...
Yeah.
I don't
Maybe
think
it's
there's
very
any scenario
eloquent,
where he's going to be...
I think Cinda and Zurich handle this sort of information differently.
That's true. It'll just give Zurich a target.
No, normally you would have to know the person, but since
It's your
it is your blood, I will allow it.
That's awesome.
I will allow this.
Where is it? There it is. Okay.
I'm focusing on my blood type.
On my blood.
Okay. So, your vision leaves your consciousness leaves your body and floats upward before doing a spin like it's thinking as it's in the air, and then it locks onto a location and zips southward. It follows the river that you would know is to the east of you from the Unterlach down that to the Ifus River that goes down towards like the Ashkeeper Peaks. And it follows that river towards a mountain range that you would know that as the Ashkeeper Peaks. And it dips into the forest there at the base of the mountains. And it comes upon a war camp. It is filled with orc and the like, and it goes to the tent, the main tent of this war camp, and your vision focuses on a very brutish-looking, muscular, scar-ridden orc.
Daddy?
And he is looking over
Daddy.
a crude-looking map. But your focus can't see what the map is about. Is. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
All right. 11.
Oof. You can have one of my inspirations.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. With a 19, it's still a little bit blurry, but you can make out a few names upon the map itself. You see, does Zurich speak Orc? I mean,
yes, he does.
Okay. In Orc, you see the name for Zadash in the center. And you see to the south of that equivalent name for Allfield and Trossenwald. Just below that, you see the Ashkeeper peaks being labeled out amongst the mountain range. And on the eastern side of the peaks, you see below a sizable lake. You see the many hosts of Yggdrathad. And this orc is just scanning it. And with that perception, you see that this orc does not wear any. He has a pair of bracers, like woolen bracers on his thick forearms, but he is bare-chested, very muscular, scars written all over his body, but hanging from his neck is a necklace with a symbol at the hanging from it, and the symbol looks like kind of like an arrowhead, but it's painted green, and etched into the arrowhead at the top where the fat part is. You see a kind of like a half moon shaped, with the curve facing down towards the point, and within the carved in half moon shape, you see painted in the center of it a red eye, and dripping down from the eye is more red paint that goes down to the tip.
Okay. Do I recognize this symbol?
Give me a history check.
$18.
Not bad.
You've heard of... You were curious about your heritage one time when studying with your tutors, and you wanted to know what gods orc worship. What are the main gods that orc worship? And your tutor was... well, wasn't really kind enough to tell you, but he was curious enough to what you thought of it to tell you. And he taught you of Rumish, the Ruiner. A god that commands the hordes of barbaric marauders to destroy, pillage, and slaughter for the sheer joy of it. Rumish is is a betrayer god, and that's about as much as you know. And yeah, actually, a bit of cool history that you probably would know is that during the calamity, it is known that that Corlon actually was the one who shot Rumish in the right eye and gave him one eye.
Damn, Corlon.
And I'll leave you with that much information.
Okay. All right, and then
Question: did Zurich look like that orc he's bred on? Like, what was the ratio of likeness?
In the basic amount of features, like the whole green skin, tusks. I mean, he's a full-blooded orc. So his tusks are a little bit larger, and he's a little bit more like he's a lot bigger.
Thick.
But same eye color.
Cinda and Zurich have their mother as eyes, so...
Oh, is that true?
Yep.
Okay, never mind.
Same everything else. He's like his hair color.
Same.
Cinda has a false color.
Yeah. If the orc had any hair, it would probably be
Dark. So he has no facial
dark.
hair. He's bald.
Yeah. No, he is completely shaven, bald, clean, and maybe a little bit of stubble, but it's dark stubble. Same nose and jaw structure.
Okay.
That's it.
So the Vake, when the Vake stirs Zurich awake, Zurich immediately, doesn't even look at the Vake, but pulls out one of his many, medical journals, and he just pulls out an open parchment and just begins to immediately start to scribble down what he saw on the map and any notes he can make about what he saw of that man and the holy symbol. He's trying to record all of it.
Okay. Vake. So you are able to wake up your party, and you're all
to each one of them, one by one, and be like, hello?
Slap.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are a bit groggy. Their eyes are still kind of glazed over a little bit, but they are coherent and here. And you all wake up from this experience not expecting to pass out and be able to scry upon your loved ones or your enemies.
Yeah, I'm
weird.
I
sure
asked
you don't
everybody,
want any-
what the...
Yeah, I didn't eat your helping.
What was that?
Yeah,
Did that just happen to
What the
everyone?
Breakfast. What are you talking about?
That was part
you
of
guys all
breakfast?
passed out.
Higgin, did that have anything to do with when you told me that you scried upon Mark and Elias?
Maybe.
Zurich isn't looking up as he's making notes. He just said, please, in the future, will you maybe warn us next time before you apply some magically medicinal herbs to our food?
Okay.
So, Hagen, you poisoned everybody. I thought it was the...
Poison? What are you talking? No poison.
If it's a substance
I
that's
wanted
gonna
to
affect
poison
you
you, I'd
physically or
poison you.
mentally, and you didn't want it, then it's poison.
Oh, Hagen, do you remember the last time I took it under your supervision and I had a screaming fit for 4 hours?
You took it?
Yeah, much better this time.
Yeah, I
don't you
took it.
think?
I took it consensually. He was like, "Maybe this will help," and I was like, "Okay." And then I had horrific dreams for 4 straight hours.
I don't think you told anybody this.
Oh,
Zurich, what are you
what?
writing down?
Now, Zurich, you just heard this for the first time that Cinda's already taken this stuff
I don't
willingly
think-
before.
So, Zurich he's pretty,
He's
trying to get this map
otherwise
down detailed and getting this religious symbol
doesn't
marked
care that
down.
his
I'm gonna
He
lean
doesn't-
over Zurich's shoulder.
He doesn't look up at that realization, but he does say, I am not surprised, Cinda, but please, maybe just be a little careful.
Oh,
I'm looking at what Zurich's writing down.
I think he's taking something out on me.
Can you read Orcish?
Just a plan.
Oh, well, I mean, you're drawing too, right?
Well, yeah, you see a map and Orcish on it.
Do I recognize, any of this place?
We lost class.
Yeah, hold on. We need the TM.
Class is gone. Zurich,
asked the question.
did it go upwards? Did it go north, by the way?
No,
No? Okay, cool.
Zurich, what did you see?
so the man who sired me.
Your daddy.
What?
No,
Oh.
I wouldn't use that word,
Oh.
Hagen.
No?
Technically, it is correct.
No, don't use that word.
It won't prevent me from ending his life.
Sure, yeah, I figured that's what you wanted it for. So what's the plan?
Plan doesn't change. We're still going to handle things as we are right now.
Sure, but eventually you're just going to want to attack at least one orc.
Zurich looks up at Cinda and he says, I am not a fool. This man appears to be an orc chieftain or an orc leader, and they were in charge of a very large war camp near the Ashkeeper Peaks. I am not one to go in and attack an entire orc encampment by myself, or even just us 6. So, maybe when we have construed some more power, when we have more allies, or when we have an element of surprise. But for now, I know what he looks like, and that is good enough.
Cindy, your brother's smarter than you.
We can. I mean, I'd fight some orcs with you.
Snow?
Wow.
I appreciate Vic.
Uh,
Appreciate that.
Syl, what are you? What's your expression and thoughts, and feelings in this moment of waking up?
Well, she was pecking at. She was a bird, so.
So when the Vic slapped her awake, just bird just
That little bird face.
Slams into the rock wall.
Well,
I didn't
wait,
think he-
wait,
I think he would have treated her differently.
Probably.
yeah, I honestly, if you were a bird, I might not even have woken you up until after everyone else woke up, because I wouldn't know what the hell to do with a bird. Like, just slop it
Okay.
around. Like,
Slap it.
She probably would have just woken up.
Yeah.
And she's probably gonna be sitting there like all cushioned down, and she's kind of like got her eyes squinted, like she's got a headache.
Bird loaf?
Bird loaf.
But
Like cats do, but bird?
What?
Like a cat does when they just wake up, but a bird?
Yes. Yes. Except for when a bird does that, they look like suspicious of something.
That's not surprising.
Are always suspicious.
Hey, Veka drew you something. Here you go.
Right.
I hand you a picture of the moth, but a little more sexy.
It's got a big
You have
dick.
a wedding. Alright, yeah, when you give me that, I immediately, like, just stare at it for a while, and then I'm gonna go ahead and, like, put it very safely, not folding it at all in my bag, like, alright, that's a prized possession right there.
I feel like
I'm
we
gonna have
got
to get
off
this
topic
framed.
somewhere.
I'm sure, like, with Zurik's crazy passive perception, he caught a glance of it, and he just kind of
Moth titties.
goes back to what he's doing.
It's a very well drawn picture though.
A sexualized moth, noted.
Yummy.
Not quite sexualized, but like
Okay.
I made its fur glossy. It's buzzed like glossy or whatever the fuck.
Everyone
I
knows
made it so like the
Lots
sun
of
and
fur is
reflections are perfectly off of it.
Are you alright, Syl? You're looking a lot more, well, a lot less aware than normal when you first wake up.
She's probably gonna like look at you, then like cushion down even more, but like nod.
Who did you scry on?
She's a bird right now.
I understand that she's a bird.
She can tap
You actually
most
can't
of her
answer, I
feet.
suppose.
I mean, I guess not, but if she
Hold
wanted
on a
to, she
second.
could.
Hold on a second.
I could
Hold on a
speak
second.
animals with her.
No, hold on a second. Okay. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
no, I can't talk to you guys. No, I was just making sure.
Alright.
So you just staying silent and not saying anything?
Yeah, she's
All
kind
right.
of receding back for this time.
Yeah, I'll speak with animals. Sit, are you alright?
Okay. You hear Higgins start like chirping and croaking at Sophiel. And you understand what he says.
That's
A little
jarring.
shocked. She's gonna like, look at him because he hasn't done that before. Of all the times he could have, but he hasn't.
He wants to know what you dreamt of with
Did
his
you
magic.
like the breakfast? It tastes pretty good, huh?
She's gonna croak at him, Vigus.
Vigus. Oh, is that who you saw?
Mm.
She said she saw Vigus.
Well, that tracks. If you're gonna
Oh,
have an option to
yeah.
look on someone, you might look on a piece of shit who ruined your life.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
was going
I
to
think
say, I imagine that was traumatic.
Did you see anything interesting?
Did you see anything interesting?
She shakes her head. She looks like she's feeling sick.
Yeah,
You're
someone
supposed to
who
lay
does
birds
that
on their
to your
sides so
family
they
and
don't
loved
throw up.
ones would make you sick.
I pull out medieval Dramamine.
Medieval Dramamine.
Wait, what is that?
It's a medication that makes you less nauseous.
Like fucking Mylantha or like
Yeah,
Pepto-Bismol.
basically. I offer it out towards Sophia.
But you literally have
It's
like
tree bark. It's like some sort of
fantasy
herb.
Dramamine.
Basically, yeah.
Fantasy Dramamine.
Oh, damn.
She
He also has
No?
fantasy Tylenol if that makes you feel better.
This is fantasy pharmacy.
That's right.
Do you take it?
would she know? Like, would she know what this is?
It looks like
It's
some.
more drugs.
It's some medicine.
It's more dry.
Yeah, I think you would know,
It'll
yeah.
make you feel better.
Okay.
At least you know this one's coming.
Is it crushed up already?
Yeah, it's like in bite-sized mulch, basically.
What?
Okay.
Stick out
Yeah.
your weird little bird tongue.
Well,
I actually think magpies. I actually think magpies are smart enough to like have knowledge of like different like medicinal things that they can take that would make them feel better.
a lot of animals actually know about medicines and will use them to get high and stuff. So,
That's awesome.
I'm glad to
Mhm.
know that getting high is
No
just a way
kidding.
of life.
yes,
Mhm.
it is. It is actually.
But yeah,
she'd take it, and wait for it to kick in.
Okay. I'm basically casting Lesser Restoration.
Okay.
So
All right.
it ends a disease or condition, so nausea, poison, whatever.
You instantly start feeling better as you start chewing on this mulchy stuff.
Multi things.
Mulch. It's like a good like piece of beef jerky, I guess. I don't know. We'll say it's like that.
That sounds a little better than malt.
Yeah. Yeah, so you all come to, and Higgins like excited about that you've taken this drug.
Jake is the only one who has it.
Who's good, huh?
Hey, again, you should definitely tell us if you're gonna do something like that.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I thought everyone was gonna like die. Like, I thought I was
No, never.
Well,
Wait,
Vega,
how were
based
we
on your
supposed to know that?
suspicions-
Well, I knew it was fine.
Yeah, you know it's fine. Do
You
we?
knew it was kind of sometimes fine. Need I remind
yeah,
you?
kind of sometimes, yeah.
Man, you all rolled so high on that con save. It was
Real
lucky.
bad.
But Hagen
Super
grew even
lucky.
higher.
Very glad.
I
that
was
a rough
perusing my Flash of Genius to make sure I could actually do it, because part of me did not want to.
But you knew you wanted to see. Then we
No.
found out his dad's
Yeah.
name is Harold.
Right, next time I'll skip.
His name is
them all.
Wallace,
Walter.
the fucking orc.
Shancy.
Doug.
Chauncey.
His name is
Tug.
Wallace William.
Chandler. No, he's not the liberator of Ireland.
It's Jerry.
Oh, that's William Wallace.
Jerry.
I really hope not.
That would be hilariously poetic.
Just look around at the forest. Isn't everything so much more bright and vibrant and beautiful?
Higgin,
Yes.
please don't drug us without our consent next time.
Okay.
I whisper to Hagen, and I'm like, don't worry. I'm like, don't worry, Hagen. I don't give a shit.
Oh. You want to eat? You want to eat
Vic,
your
I
share
absolutely
then?
heard that.
You want to eat your breakfast?
Vic, I absolutely heard that, and we all know you were panicking because you.
I mean, we've wasted a bit of the morning, but
I
should
wish
go.
it was the vegetables from the garden. That'd be great.
Yes, let's get moving.
Hagen would just live there.
Really good vegetables.
Higgin in 2 years is just the crazy drug dealer rabbit from down the street.
Can I ask where you left the cart and the horses?
Presumably nearby, yeah.
I don't know. You just kind of put us here.
I would have. we would have put them like right in the little nook with us.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, not for the moth to eat at night.
I would have absolutely had the alarm around them too.
Okay. All right. Your stuff is good.
A
Everything's
familiar
there,
orc cat
and
seals them.
you're ready to head out within the hour, backing up all your stuff. And let's move back to the map as we leave the grove of trees that you had camped in. And very quickly, as you set out, you find that the road quickly turns eastward and a little bit southward, as if going a little bit backwards. But it skirts the outer edges of the swamp to your left as you continue onward. It's a couple hours in. You would be right here, actually. As you're traveling down this road, you see to your right the farmland from the Felderwind tillage, and to your left is a very different landscape of the Labenda Swamp. And about 3 hours into this day's journey, it's Zurich that picks up on it first. But anybody above a 16 or perception or higher hears the faint scream within the swamp. This faint screaming of a woman.
Oh shit.
Sylphia's gonna check it out up above.
Okay.
What? What are people hearing things?
There's someone
What?
screaming in the swamp.
Oh, do we have to?
Do they need help?
It sounds like it.
Screaming help, or is she just screaming like,
Yeah.
Or maybe
You-
wrong side.
Concerning.
It sounds like it's in distress. And Sylphia, go ahead and make an actual perception check for me as you sail over the swamp here, trying to pick it out where the sound is coming from. With a 15, you are good enough to find the area in which the scream is coming from, but when you look down into the canopy, you don't really see anything.
I'm gonna follow the bird in the sky.
Like the vegetation is too thick within this area, but you do hear a blood-curdling scream come from beneath you.
She's gonna dive down into the trees and see if she can see from the trees what it is.
Okay.
And Snow's following, so what does Snow see?
I'm gonna head towards the screaming as well. Like,
okay, is everybody going?
I assume we'd want to.
Okay.
I'm at the very back because I didn't hear it and I'm confused.
Okay.
When I see everyone heading into the forest, I will grab Cinda and pull her along.
Give
I'm
me
coming.
a moment.
I don't know why we can follow every scream we hear in the woods.
I'm trying to keep up with.
help?
I bring you over here.
If you pretend you don't hear it, then you're not obligated to help. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah, but see, you don't remember. You didn't hear it in the first place, so you have nothing to pretend.
Exactly, so I'm confused.
Okay, so breaking the tree line, you hear that the scream is coming from around this location. And imagine the dark spots around these trunks are actually like pools of swamp water.
Okay.
Okay.
And yes, from this direction, you see the vegetation, like a group of bushes, kind of lining this location here. And that's all you see. From this distance. What's your passive perception, Snow? Or give me a perception check.
Yeah, because I'm looking for it. Perception?
Yes.
Yeah, perception, yes.
Not terrible.
Okay. As you near these bushes, you see poking beneath them, you see the soft off-white of bone peeking out
Don't
underneath
scream.
them.
Just bone?
Just bits of bone, and it is scattered throughout these two bushes here.
Like lots of bones scattered through there.
Yeah, it's lots of bones.
Has the screaming stopped?
Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Give me a sec. Vake, you have as much speed as Snow and Sophiel does.
Yeah.
Are you up with them as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. If you'd be so
We're on a
kind
battle
as to
map.
move yourself up. Yeah, you're on a
Okay,
battle
okay.
map, by the way.
They're not always on their
Blattle blap.
PC.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Is there? Did we leave the horses on the road, or are we on horseback?
I would be on Oberon. So
Okay, I'm following after you on Snickerdoodle. Stepping lightly. I'm definitely in the back because I'm disinterested in screaming in the swamp. Vake thought a vegetable patch was a trap. I think screaming in a swamp is a trap.
of the two, I believe the Vake might be more reasonable.
What? Okay, whatever.
As we're approaching, I would like to try and cast about with the Rod of Alertness and detect magic.
Okay. You're there. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Left-hand corner with me.
Well, see, maybe I need to zoom out. Hold on. There. Oh, okay. Got it.
Hold on. Give me one moment, guys.
No worries.
Oh, okay.
We're not moving.
Gotta load up all the enemies.
All
Vast hordes.
300 dragons.
Hordes of enemies.
Vake, I think you're really gonna like what I do here.
Oh
We'll
boy.
see.
Huh?
I said we'll see.
Well, I mean, I think Frank will like it.
We'll see.
Of course. I need to delete this one.
Fuck are those things?
Bones.
The
Rubbish.
the bushes I was talking about.
Later.
Okay.
Two snows.
Okay. All right. Okay, as you
Can I do something?
Zurich, as you detect magic that's 30 feet, yeah?
Yes.
You don't sense any, you don't see any magical auras within 30 feet of you right now.
Okay, I'm moving up as I use it the last 10 minutes.
Of course, and you see Snow as she moves up towards these two bushes. What are you doing, Snow?
I'm actually, because... Okay, has the screaming stopped, or is it still going?
Screaming has stopped.
Whatever. I will go ahead and... Everyone's still approaching, right?
Yes.
Alright,
Cyclops
I'm
perched
going
in a tree
to...
just slightly, like 25 feet away from one of them, the one your way, closest to.
I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion and, like, send a double of myself out. Before I continue. Just watch what happens to the double.
Oh, a Yoru?
Okay. Okay, as you get up to here, and before you cast the spell, you see what you didn't notice before is the vines extending out from this bush.
Oh, shit.
And they start to writhe underneath your feet. And it's going to take 3 surprise attacks on you.
Does
Jesus.
see this?
Oh no, it was a trap.
And I assume the physical version of me.
Ruh-roh.
Roro's right, Ruby.
We have living vines! And I attempt to jump backwards, but obviously I'm getting hit, so go for it.
Okay, I assume a 12 does not hit.
Nope.
Okay. Does a 17 hit?
Direct glares at you, Sendo.
A 17 does hit.
Okay. You're gonna take 4 bludgeoning damage and 10 poison damage.
Okay. 4 bludgeoning damage, and how much other damage?
That's just 14.
14?
Yeah, in total.
Yeah, 14 in total.
Alright.
And does the 16 hit?
16 is my armor class.
Oh shit. Okay, that's 13 bludgeoning damage and 14 poison damage.
Ah.
You're about to added onto each other?
Whoa.
13 and 14?
Yep.
And that's plus the original 14? Or...
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Ignore that. What the fuck?
Shit, I am so low. Did I do this math right from 52 to 11?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
14 plus 27 damage.
Yeah.
Alright. I jump the fuck backwards and say, shit, this thing hits fucking hard. And you see, like, Snow is, like...
You see as these...
No!
You see as these 2 bushes start to come to life.
Oh, right.
I would just like to say, these are giant bushes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Everything's big.
That's right. Some Feywild bullshit.
Do I
Okay.
get to move back at all? No.
No, now we'll roll initiative.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we gonna can we take a little break before the fight starts?
Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and take a break. Sorry.
Okay.
Let's take a break there. Actually, let's go ahead and,
Roll initiative.
yeah, I started initiative.
Remember to select your token before you roll.
Yeah, select your tokens, please.
Okay.
Ooh,
I'm gonna
really good.
be back.
Oh, that shit says I have advantage on initiative. Should I roll it again?
Yep.
Alright.
Yes, you should.
21.
Alright. First one's better.
Which means Clash Out Manly would adjust it because I went to 13.
Oh, what's it, Vakes?
21.
21. Hagen was just slightly more ready, you know. Alright, I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back.
What was Higgins?
22. Did you have advantage on that, sir?
Yeah, my Sentinel shield gives me advantage.
Nice.
As does the Rod of Alertness.
Your rod is so alert.
I hate it.
I think you guys are going before them.
Yeah.
You trying
Oh,
to
are
say
they
class?
last on the list? That's awesome.
I mean, they're plant monsters. Their dex is probably not great.
Ah,
Oh,
dang
yeah.
it. Why'd it go into words?
What?
Except for Sylphia.
Except Sylphia.
Ah, dang.
I'm a rebel, that's why.
At least now we know that they are unknown creatures.
Yeah, I think they have a name, we just don't know what it is.
I was joking.
Oh, I'm just bad at stuff.
I'm bad at telling jokes.
It was mutual error.
Wait. Hmm. If I guess no one knows that. That is what I'll do. Not a bad idea.
Okay, well if a break is being had, I will be right back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
And we are going to change the music, too. Because we don't want this music. It's the middle of a battle.
Oh, class, hey.
What's up?
Are you free for a little chat, or no?
Afterwards?
Afterwards, okay.
Or what's up?
Oh, well, I sent you a message, a photo.
Yeah.
I have proficiency in perception and deception skills.
Mm-hmm.
How do I add that?
I think it's already added.
Oh, it's already applied?
Yeah, as long as there's like the little dot next to perception is filled in, then you're good.
And these. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, it automatically adds that for you on your sheet. Is that a chocolate?
That's awesome.
I want it. Oh, I can't hear you.
That was espresso. This one's
Ooh.
caramel.
Ooh.
And this one is chai.
Oh, it's not in a box.
No, sorry. We got them at this chocolate place in town.
I was gonna say life is like a box of chocolates.
Nope. Sorry to ruin your fun.
Dang it.
Also, class. My
What's
fox
up?
bite. Because I'm a monk, can I use dexterity for that, or is it just strength based?
It counts as an unarmed attack.
Yeah.
It's based off of strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be based off dex.
Yeah, it can be.
What do I know?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I don't think you've ever played a monk.
Well, monks with
No, but I want to.
unarmed strikes, they still use dex modifier for that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. I'm trying to figure out how I would change that in the bite thing.
You wouldn't. You would just roll an attack for like an unarmed strike, and then use the d6 for the bite damage instead of the d4.
Oh, it's still a d4. Oh, okay. So I just unarmed strike. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. That's nice. Thank you.
Snow, I'm gonna have you know that Cinda will remember what you said to her. She's not happy about it.
What did I say? Oh, that Zurk is smarter.
Yeah, that was brutal, bruh. She was like,
Was
what the fuck? Yeah! That was out of nowhere. And also just factually untrue.
Well, it's because fuck, I forget the scenario.
Zurk is wiser than Cinda, but Cinda is smarter than Zurk.
If you bring that up, she will admit that she meant the other thing.
Maybe she will.
So I had Buffalo Mild Wings today.
Mild wing?
Nice.
Yeah, it's my ghetto homemade version of Buffalo Wild Wings.
I'm gonna barbecue this evening. Actually, I just remembered.
I bought Tyson chicken nuggets that I microwaved, and then I have garlic parmesan Buffalo Wild Wings sauce.
You just blend it.
Yep.
It worked.
It was actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Make it happen, wizard.
But apparently you can get like wings in a bag, and I have an air fryer, so
Nice.
I should try that next time. And toss the wings in that sauce.
This is if the Vake cooked.
That's pretty bright.
Oh, that is horrible. I'll just post it in the general.
How about you just text us? Yeah.
I'm back. Oh, good, I'm first.
That you are.
Okay.
Alright, I'm actually making
slow down.
sandwiches real quick.
I'm eating chocolate.
Sounds really good. Oh, Jesus, sandwich sounds amazing. How long? People aren't back yet?
Yeah, people aren't back yet. We can
Let me just
take a little.
do something I've never done before.
So when I accidentally rolled like all of the d8s possible for my chromatic orb, or my chromatic bomb, my fucking dice were on for D&D Beyond, and my computer was like, "What are you doing?" As it rolled like 100 d8s on my screen.
I'm like, you can't do that. You don't have. No, it's not your turn.
My computer's like, "What? False maiden dice! Ah!" It was just,
No.
it was terrible.
No. No. It's my turn to do damage to you guys.
I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally clicked the little thing for it, like at max level, and it was like, "Oh no!"
Man, I really thought Snow was gonna go down in the first fucking shot.
You fucked her sideways.
Okay.
Well,
Echo, did you try the chai one?
I just ate it. It
It's
was
bomb as
amazing.
fuck.
It was holy cannolis. It was fantastic.
How many cannolis are we talking here?
At least 6.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of cannolis.
Yeah. Get a stomach ache after that.
Yeah, I don't think I can handle that much ricotta cheese.
Coward.
At least my stomach can, but my butt can't.
Thanks.
Oof. So, you guys are on vacation right now, yeah?
Yes, we are.
Again.
Do you guys Airbnb or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
With Echo's mom, dad, sister, and family friend. And me.
Oh.
And 2 dogs.
Yep.
Yeah, alright, cool.
Yeah. One of the dogs really likes me, and I'm impressed because I've never been a dog person.
Abby said you sent her pictures of the dogs.
Yeah, I sent it when I was bored watching this movie. I was sending shots of Puddin' and Noodle to Colin and Abby, just like, "Look at dogs."
Yeah, why don't you ever send me dog pictures? I like dogs.
I didn't know you wanted them. I'll send them to you.
I want the dogs, please. I love animals.
Dog bliss.
All right, hold on. The internet here is kind of dog shit, so.
Here, I have a picture of Puddin'. I'll send you guys in the group chat.
Hey, Ben, did you see the video I posted about the snow, the goose,
No.
the breastfeeding mother chasing the eagle off the goose? It's up in general.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Okay, so I sent you pictures of Noodle.
I put Puddin' in the group chat.
Okay.
it's Puddin.
That's just a really weird title, class. Why are you looking at this? And then also, why did you share it?
It was linked in another Discord, and I thought it was funny. And
Okay.
when Sylphia screamed from her dream, and Snow came out naked, that's what I thought of.
Odd. You're an odd duck.
Thanks.
You're welcome. My mom asked for a ton of pictures on this trip, and I've taken exactly one picture of this trip. And it was when we were in the car on the way here, and that was 5 days ago.
That's not a full husky, is it?
No, she's.
It is a miniature husky. The breed is called Kleekai. She is 7 years old.
And like 2 feet tall.
Yeah, she doesn't get any bigger.
Little baby.
Beauty.
Everyone sees her and they're like, "Oh, Poppy!" And we're like, "Nope."
Yeah, the spiel I've heard Echo's parents give every time they stop to let someone pet their dog is like, they're Alaskan Kleekais, that's as big as they're gonna get. Their names are Noodle and Puddin', and I like it memorized now.
They have the worst names ever.
Nurdle
Puddin' isn't so bad, but Noodle's awful.
Poodle and Nuddin.
It's hard not to make send nudes jokes at Noodle.
Send nudes.
They are very friendly, and they want attention.
Same.
You're not so friendly, but you want attention.
I'm friendly.
Immediate affront.
I'm friendly.
Am I doing anything that's irritating anyone?
Irritating.
Right now?
Good, you.
I meant today.
No.
Oh, why?
The same as you always are.
I was curious.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll reassure you. No.
Sorry.
Never.
Never. Just vibing. We're all just playing Dind.
Playing the din.
Playing some Dind.
Thank you.
I'm listening to this very lit soundtrack.
Snow, look at my fucking
It's
dog.
actually
in the
a
general
really...
chat.
It's actually a really well put together sound, like, album.
Oh my goodness! Isn't she cute?
She's adorable.
Her name is Puddin'. She is 7 years old.
She's perfect.
She's just a little baby.
We'll post Noodle as well.
Yeah, you gotta post Noodle with Puddin'.
Thank you.
You guys haven't caught up on Calamity, have you?
No.
No, we were like, we'll totally listen to it on the way down. Did not at all.
It was actually a much shorter drive than I thought it was going to be. It was only like 3 hours, so it's not like we're going to make a dent in the 13 hours we need to catch up on.
Yeah. There's Noodle.
Oh, there's nudes.
Aww.
You.
So pretty.
She's so little.
They're like tiny little wolves.
Right?
They think they are too.
Noodle does. Noodle will fight dog.
Yeah. Noodle doesn't give a fuck who the dog is. She will. Yeah. They howl and they talk and they enjoy pulling on things.
They're the kind of dogs that go rah, 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 rah.
Puddin' will actually howl if you talk at her.
Because she's a little wolf.
She's a little idiot.
So they give you two things.
Yeah.
My little Bobo, my little Bobo.
What's a Bobo?
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about, Quiet?
Bobo means idiot in Tagalog.
Oh.
In what?
In
It's
Tagalog.
the Filipino language.
What? What?
That's the word for the Filipino language.
Why?
You don't know Tagalog?
No. Why did we suddenly dive into the Filipino language?
Why not?
That's what I know mostly of.
My old cat's name was Bo, so apparently it being Bobo as an idiot makes perfect sense.
Yep.
I like how instead of responding to the dog pictures, she tells you that I sent her dog pictures. It's specifically about Abby. I just assumed she didn't see it.
It was just random. But she was like, "Aw."
I was
like, what?
bored as my dad was showing Bryn a terrible movie. It wasn't terrible. I just thought it was boring as all fuck.
What movie?
The Quiet Man.
Oh, I have no idea what that is.
1952.
Oh.
It's a John Wayne movie.
Oh.
John Wayne.
Gag me with a spoon.
Gag me with a spoon.
Okay, those fuckers in general chat better either be playing Among Us or sleeping, because they're all sitting in there muted. On Planet Bob. And why does everyone come with a
VR chat, maybe?
VR, maybe. I think they all have that.
They are, Annie's on VR chat.
There it is. Okay, fair enough. I just don't understand why people would join my server to fall asleep. And I'll be muted, so it's not like they hear anything from each other, so they're just existing. Fortunately, at about 7 o'clock, I have to barbecue burgers, which is in 1 hour, so...
Sorry, I was just checking something.
Dang it.
Ignore that. Those are very adorable poochies.
Yes, they are. They enjoy being told so many times.
They're so small.
They are my parents' dogs. They are very cuddly and they like attention.
Kind of derpy.
Yep.
Correct.
I love how the face is zoomed in. I'm just... That could be a meme, for sure.
When you hear your roommate say their parents are coming over uninvited.
When is Sophia going? I think we can get things started.
Yeah.
So, Snow, what you do notice now that these corpse flowers have come to life before you is you notice that all throughout their branches and leaves and their tentacles as they start whipping and flailing about, you notice the rotting skin and bones mixed in within these plants. And you see about 9 different corpses, all in various states of decay. And now that they are animated and it's moving, you can now smell the state of decay that is coming off of them.
Ew.
And as the tentacle that hits you rides back into the collective body of this plant, you see a little flap of skin just slough off onto the ground in front of you.
Ew.
Yep.
Oh.
That is disgusting.
So, Higgin, you just saw Snow get fucked up.
Yeah, so
Her fur is covered in blood.
Higgin just screams, "Snow!" And he's gonna grab the little golden flower thing that he has, and he is going to summon a fey creature.
Ooh. Okay.
Just cast this. A lot of text. Let's see. So that's at a 4th level. And I'm gonna summon it under. Sorry, a lot of text. Under the fuming modifier. So this. Do you have a creature or something I can put down, like a token?
Yeah. Let me. What does it look like?
Looks like this. I'm gonna put it in the chat. It's black, elf-like. Its features are not immediately visible.
Ugh, it's a creepy little monster.
It's fucking darkness creature right there.
Exactly.
Nope.
But it looks like the surface of oil on water, sort of. It doesn't look good. So that's gonna summon kind of behind one of these corpse flowers. We can get a token.
Trying to find a good token.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ballerina.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a fairy.
I love it.
Can I control that at all?
Just giving you the controls now.
Excellent. So it's gonna spawn back here. I can spawn it up to 90 feet away.
Okay.
From me. It's going to spawn behind that. Higgin is going to scream, and he looks absolutely terrified, and he's going to terrified seeing this thing that he's summoned, and he's going to jump behind this log and hide.
I didn't know I could do that, and I hate it.
Love that.
Then it's gonna be it's gonna be this thing's turn. It's gonna make an attack on this corpse flower right in front of it.
Okay.
It attacks with my spell attack modifier. Nat 20.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's really good. So it does 1d6 plus 3 plus the spell level plus another 1d6 of force damage. So that's 2d6 then. So 4d6 with the nat 20. If I'm understanding that correctly. Right?
No, it'd be 1d6 plus 7 plus 1d6.
But because I got the nat 20, don't I double all dice rolls?
Right. Yes. So
4d6 altogether.
4d6 plus 7.
Plus 7. Excellent. Yep. Okay, so we will just do this a quick way. Roll 4 of those, plus 7.
The 19.
19. So he's going to do 19 damage to that guy. He's going to just lay into it. With its claws and whatever. And then after that, it is going to phase step, teleport 30 feet over here. Or not 30 feet, but it's going to teleport a distance over to right there. And then it's going to make an attack with advantage against the other one. Because that's part of the phase step. Let me see if I can get advantage on this.
Okay.
No, I couldn't do advantage on it, so I'll just roll it twice. Oh, well, I did do advantage. The weird. Anyway, 22 is the first roll, so we're just going to go with that one.
Yep.
Does that hit?
Yeah, it hits.
Okay. We'll roll the 2d6 plus 7. Is 18 damage to that one.
Okie doke.
And that's its turn. Which is immediately after mine in the initiative order.
Gotcha.
Higgins behind this log, holding his head and kind of rocking back and forth.
Oof. Fake! Love fake!
Fake?
Shit, I've been muted this whole time. Alright, but yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
You're up.
Alright.
So is Sophia.
Yeah. Alright, my turn. Let's fucking do this. I'm definitely, I don't know how far I can run. I don't know how to do the line thing. Let me see. I do actually, I remember. I can move that far. Okay. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna just get right up in this thing's fucking grill. Like, into its face. And I'm gonna try to lop one of its tendrils off.
Alright.
So,
Actually, you can be, alright, you can be, like, right here and still be able to hit it.
What about right here?
Yes.
No? Okay,
Yes,
then yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna be right here.
It takes up, these 4 spots.
Okay.
That's how big it is.
Jesus.
It's just yeah. It's huge.
Wait, you ran in front of me to protect me in combat?
I mean, that's literally the Vake's thing. He doesn't get many
nice of
opportunities
you.
to do that. But yeah, that's his whole thing. What was I gonna say? Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna just do 2 slashes on this thing, try to cut its bing bong off. Hold on.
His bing bong?
Yeah.
Cut his bing bong off.
Bing bong, bing bong.
So I'm assuming that does not hit.
11 just barely misses.
Damn.
18 hits.
Alright, I'll take that. And I'm gonna have it flame if I can do that. Or do I have to say that before I roll? I don't really know. I definitely want it to be on fire. I feel like a flaming sword would be good against a plant monster.
class.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm reading some stuff. Okay. 18 points of damage. And you're not raging, yes?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right. Very good. So it strikes out
that's all I
with
wanted to
awesome. Cool beans. Oh wait, hold on. Why are you? The heck? Oh, okay. Yeah, Zurich.
Yep. Okay, so I'm on Oberon. I look over at Cinda, and then I look at what's going on. I ride forward here until I get to here. And I will throw a chromatic bomb right here. So that it only hits
that again?
a few... I throw... sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a 5-foot radius, so a 10-foot sphere. So it hits those 2 corpse flowers. I got a roll to hit with spell attacks.
Okay.
12.
That does hit.
And a 22.
That hits.
Okay, so they both get hit for 3d8. It's fire damage, by the way.
Hi.
3d8. Okay, we'll go ahead and roll it.
What the hell? Okay, I need to fix the spell, because it rolled all the dice.
No, you rolled 107 points of damage.
Yeah, that's not correct.
Okay,
Wow.
so I see the 15 point of fire damage. I'm
What a godly spell you got there, sir.
Okay, so it hits them for 15 fire damage.
Okay. Now, Zerk is a smart man, and he knows that fire damage probably would do a lot more damage to plants than anything else would.
Right.
But these flowers actually soak it up pretty normally. Like they aren't vulnerable to it.
It's just standard. Okay.
Standard damage.
Okay. I think Zurich would notice that, and he would shout, "They're not particularly vulnerable to fire."
Aw.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then Zurich will... That's the first level spell slot. He will finish his move on his horse, ending up... right there. And that's my turn.
Alrighty. Sophia, just in time.
She's gonna use her action to turn into a person.
Okay.
And she's gonna pull out that crossbow Zurich gave her.
Oh.
Does it take an action to load it?
It's a hand crossbow, so no, it doesn't. But you've used your action to turn into human form, so you do not have an attack this round.
Okay.
But you can move if you'd like.
She is on a sturdy branch on the tree, so she can't really. Like, how high is this tree?
I'd say you're about 15 to 20 feet up.
Okay, she's gonna stay where she's at. She likes where she's at. But
That's okay. You could bonus action hide, yeah.
But do the plants even know I'm here?
You don't know. They don't have any faces or
Yeah.
to determine that.
What's hiding gonna do, really, then?
Yeah, you don't know.
So, no, that's my turn. I turn into a person and I pull out the crossbow.
Sounds good. Moving on, Snow, you are bloodied and beaten up by some poison damage and tentacles.
This is the worst hentai.
Yeah. They don't even feel good. Like,
It doesn't feel good.
Sorry, I'm back. Someone was knocking at the window.
It's alright. You're in a very bad hentai film.
Made of worse parts, too.
So, Vake has cut in front of you to cut you off from the damage that they have done.
Slightly irritated at, but I love him, so.
Okay.
Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and click my boots together for my bonus action.
Okay.
While I'm jumping backwards, which I mean, I'm just moving backwards. I'm gonna move all the way.
Okay. As you go to move, they do take an attack of opportunity as
it is a disadvantage because boots of speed.
Do they say that in the item?
I'm pretty sure they do. I could search up boots of speed.
Also, wait, it's a reaction, right? To use my shield of the fucking of what the hell is that guy's name again?
Biggles?
Biggles, yeah. It's the shield of Biggles.
Yeah, you can use your reaction to soak some of the damage.
Definitely.
Boots of speed do give
fucking
disadvantage on opportunity attacks.
It does give disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Alright, so it is gonna... Gotcha. Alright. Cool, yeah, they are going to definitely...
Attempt.
Actually, you have started your turn within 10 feet, so while it makes this attack, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Damn, I'm fucked up. Oh, that's terrible.
Eesh.
Alright, that's an 11. Okie doke. And it's going to take a tentacle attack.
Hentai.
Well, a 12 doesn't hit, so it does miss.
Thank you.
However, you have failed your Constitution save, and you are now poisoned.
Do I get the rest of my turn?
Until the start of...
I will spend my reaction to give Snow a flash of genius, and she remembers a trick Zurich taught, a breathing trick about dealing with poison, so that's a 15.
Sure.
Oh, okay. So that does save, and you are immune to the stench of death from coming from these corpse flowers for 24 hours.
That is awesome. She's going to continue running until she, like, passes...
No.
A 3rd level healings, cure wounds.
Okie doke.
You just see Higgins sitting there.
Hyperventilating.
That is barely enough.
It's something.
Something. 13, was it?
13.
Awesome. That's my turn.
Okay. Shinda.
Hi. So, I'm on Snickerdoodle, and I see all that crazy bullshit over there. Like, yeah, I knew this was gonna be a trap. And I'm going to do something I've never done before.
Yeah, you called it.
Yeah. And I'm
We're
going
so proud.
to.
First for everybody.
Thanks. I'm going to take out
Throw a
Black-
fireball at the party. I'm
no,
just kidding.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know fireball. So I take a black marble out of my bag and I like focus my sight through it at a spot I want to. And if you can see it, it's right here. It's not clicking. Hold on. Nope. Shit. How do I? There. Right there. I want to place what I call a gravity sinkhole.
Oh, okay.
I need a con save, por favor. It's
20
like a
foot
little,
sphere?
yeah. A black dot appears, and it's not very big, but immediately the physicality of these creatures just gets yanked towards it, like a force is pulling them in.
Wouldn't that get me and the fake creature too?
No, I put it there specifically because it's 20 feet away from the entities, and it's 20 feet around on all sides. So I did that on purpose behind them so it wouldn't fucking hit you.
We'll get the fake creature though.
Oops.
That's fine.
Well, you looked scared of it, so.
Yeah, he's. That's a
Someone's
good.
like,
That's a good reaction if you claw.
Con.
16 con.
There you go. Don't
You
step
have
in
control-
that area.
You have control of it, by the way.
I'm sorry, what is this thing?
It's a gravity sinkhole. It's like a black hole, but
Okay.
mini.
Constitution save.
Casual black hole.
It's just a little black hole. Yeah, I
I
guess
like
that big
the thing on
creature
the
is
map.
in that. It's my little black hole. It's the blue.
That's a
It's my blue
14
hole. Fail.
and an 8.
Yep. So they immediately get sucked into it, to the closest unoccupied space next to it. And they take all 28 force damage.
Fate.
And what?
Faye as well.
And the Fae.
Oh, well, can you roll a con save for me?
He did. It's an 11.
Oh, okay. Alright, so 28 points of damage. Do not like you, Sam I am. Okay.
And I'm gonna ride over here, so I'm a little
guess
closer,
it's a-
but still far away.
Yes, up here, maybe over here, since it was next to that one.
Okay. Doop, doop, doop.
And actually, after it blasts and sucks them in, it disappears. It's not a lingering spell.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't have a
Gotcha.
duration. So they get sucked there, and then the ball just phases out of existence.
Wonderful. Okay. So, you hear. Let's see what 47. Oh. Okay. After it gets both of these things get sucked into the gravity hole, they are going to shamble forward towards the vague.
Attack of opportunity from the Fae creature.
Okay.
Who's also confused, like, what the fuck just happened?
Miss.
Yeah, that misses.
Apparently, they don't care about the Fey creature. That's hitting them for large amounts of damage.
We
Nah,
don't know what their brains are like.
it did miss, though, this time. Round. They'll shamble on up to the Vake. And unleash a barrage of attacks upon him.
Bring it on, loser.
And as they shamble forward, you can hear the crunching of bone within the branches of this plant as they digest some of the corpses amongst their litter of corpses.
Ew.
Bunch of boner bushes. I'm not scared.
And you see, as they consume these corpses, they gain a little bit of health back.
No, fuck.
Wow, okay.
100 health each.
Ugh.
Yeah, they double in size.
And they're going to take a total of 6 attacks upon Vake.
Oh my
Bring it
god.
on.
Are you raging?
No, I did not rage, so.
What?
Shit.
R.I.P.
Why? What did you do?
You
for
might
raging?
die. Just saying.
I'm not scared.
Okay.
Well, I might do a little.
That's a 7 to hit.
We'll be scared for you.
That's an 8 to hit, so that doesn't hit.
As they, miss me, I'm laughing at them.
He's just jumping out of the way of all these vines.
That's so
Vake
hilarious.
has seen a hentai or two before.
Yeah, I know where this is going.
Does an 18 hit?
Yeah, armor class is 17, so.
Okay, cool. So that's 8 bludgeoning and 11 poison damage. As the poison courses through. Well, it doesn't course through your veins because it's more of a hit on the skin. It feels really itchy, and yeah, you are starting to feel the poison damage of it.
I kind of wince noticeably,
Man, these are terrible rolls.
Stinging nettle.
Last attack, it rolled a 10. So, only one tensile attack is able to connect as you very deftly and kind of impressively dodge these attacks. Bet you bat one tentacle away, and yeah, it's very impressive.
I play fucking jump rope with them, man, as they're coming at me.
Exactly. Higgin, you are roll me a wisdom save.
Okay. I was already going to skip my turn, but I will roll this wisdom save.
Okay,
Nice.
yeah, you will continue to panic, hyperventilate, and
Coralon sent you such a...
Fucking shadow figure.
Vake,
Yep.
you are up.
Alright. So, I can already attack them from this range, so I'm not gonna move at all.
Yeah.
Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna just make 2 more fucking attacks on the same one.
Okay.
Oh shit, that was the wrong roll. Whoops. I rolled backwards there. So I guess, does that count, or should I roll damage again? 24 damage.
Yeah, the 24 hits.
Oh, also, I'm gonna
yeah.
rage now. I'm gonna rage now.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright. And you would have had to have been raging to block damage if it hits no. That's
I
part
didn't
of
know
the
that.
deal with it. Yeah, it's part of the deal. To use it, you have to be raging.
Okay, I guess that makes sense because it's like an ancestor or whatever. So yeah,
It is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But then,
Okay,
so
you
one
can
attack.
you can re-roll the damage since we went backwards.
Okay. I'll
12
take
and
that.
12.
Nice.
That's 24 points of damage plus the 2 for rage. So that's 26 points of damage.
All right. Let's see.
And you have one more attack.
Yeah.
16 does hit. Yeah.
Bring it on.
That's another 22 points of damage. It is
And I'm really
looking-
trying to focus on its tentacles. Like, I'm trying to cut them all off, so it's just like a bush of nothing. Like, just for flavor of like how I'm trying to handle these things. Definitely get rid of all the tendrils.
All right. It is looking pretty thoroughly clipped as you slice through it.
Yeah, I mock the bushes. Like, what? Not enough bones?
It's a no
Very
bones
well.
day.
Zurich, you're up.
Can I ask you something, class, before Zurich? Can my base spirit go? I'm not issuing any verbal commands, but in the I summoned him to kill these things to protect snow, so I assume it would just keep attacking.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it would have gone last turn. It would run up, to this one here, make an attack. Do 14
That
hit.
hits.
It hits. Okay, that's 2d6 plus 7. That's what, 15 damage to that one?
Yeah. You are able to. So your little fey creature runs up and dives into the bush, and it disappears. And you see the corpse flower kind of like pause, and then it starts to shake violently, and then from out of its chest, Vake, you see this little inky black fey creature jump out, and the bush is no more behind it. As
It's like that movie from Alien where it bursts its chest.
When it comes through, I try to give it a high five. Like, good job, buddy.
It's like
it doesn't even look at you and teleports to the other side of this one and makes a attack with advantage on it.
A high five thin air. Like, oh, left me hanging.
Nothing's more sad than
You see
rejected high five.
You see the fake creature go to high five you, but it teleports just just before it can hand slap.
That's actually pretty good.
You try,
like
you
that.
try to go for it, and it just. So that's a 15 to hit on that one.
That hits, yeah.
Another 15 damage.
Cool. All right.
Imagine it's just covered in nasty corpse flower parts.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
That's it for that thing.
Derek, yeah, it's your go.
Time to try one of these. And Zurich has the breech of his musket open, and he slides a paper cartridge into the breech that is marked with a little lightning bolt. And he slams it shut, raises it, and fires it at the living corpse flower.
All right.
That is a... Okay, I don't want the gun to break, so I'm going to use an inspiration point.
Okay.
Do guns break when they?
My gun breaks.
I know. I will give him I will give him an inspiration.
Wow.
Are you sure?
I'm getting
Yeah.
flashback to the last time I played a gun user.
Okay. A
That's
24 to hit.
much better.
Wow.
So this is the damage is 1d12 plus 3 plus 2d4 lightning.
All right.
Okay, so that's 20 points of
20.
damage.
Points of damage.
2 nat ones in a row.
The dice were trying to speak.
Trying.
Very nice. All right.
Okay, so the musket goes off, and just the entire line between Zurich and the corpse flower, there's just this fine line of from the lightning shot. And then Zurich kind of rears back with the recoil, and he says, "Oh, that was quite effective."
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
He begins to reload, and that's his turn.
Okay.
Quite
Sophia.
effective.
And she's gonna fire her crossbow now.
Very
Sneak
well.
attack?
What?
Does she have
Snack
sneak
attack?
attack?
You have a Fey being right there, and the Vake is right there as well. So you do get sneak attack.
Oh,
Awesome.
okay. Does
21 hits.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Did you use one of the magic bolts?
yeah?
That's another 2d4.
Oh,
Good God.
Fuck it up.
I doubt you even need that. You can freaking vaporize it.
Holy shit.
30.
33.
Is it 33? 33, yeah.
Fuck him up.
Nice. Nice bit of damage. You are, it is a satisfying thunk as it thunks against the core branch of this bush. And you see the flame kind of ignite around it as it snuffs out the flame. It did quite a bit of damage, and it's looking very hurt.
she's got like this shit-eating grin on her face.
I think you would hear Zurich say, "Well, that was a successful experiment."
I quite like this new toy, Zurich. Thank you.
No, you are up.
I'm up.
Yes,
Is it
you
dead?
are. No.
Oh, okay.
Finish it.
Oh, I'm glad I got a turn in. That's awesome.
You did get a turn, you were just eviscerated.
And you healed yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I healed myself. I'm just gonna run this line really quickly
That
and make
far?
two. And make two.
You gonna do a
Melee.
drive-by?
Yeah, exactly. And make 2 melee attacks against that creature.
Okay.
I'm trying to move my freaking card. Actually, yeah, I can make 3 of them. That's awesome.
When
Okay.
you run by Vake, he's gonna like tag you out. Like we're in the ring, you know?
Oh,
Nice.
fuck yeah. That's gonna be awesome.
Ready, go. 20 hits. 12 does hit as well.
Wow, they have a low.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
And a natural 20.
So
So now, just all the
2 normal attacks, and what do I do to make it a...
Just press the short sword +1 under the critical.
So, Snow, how do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Oh, alright, awesome.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna run straight through like you were?
Yes.
Okay.
I make that exact line. You see this fox just sprint low to the ground, this white streak across the playing field, as she quickly makes 3 slashes in this thing and sprints afterwards, even carrying her momentum afterwards.
Okay.
Just eventually getting to here, and as soon as she gets to there, the beast falls to the ground. Sorry.
So cool.
Okay. So as you very quickly just slash and dash your way through this bush and continue your momentum past it through some more puddles and bushes, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as you reach your ending point.
Dexterity saving? Okay.
Yep.
That sucks.
It's
That
Cinder's fireball.
Actually, no. I'm
Cinda didn't do shit, bro.
I'm gonna use an inspiration on that.
Okay.
Wait, what's she rolling for? Why?
I'm rolling a dexterity saving throw?
For what?
We don't know.
I guess maybe I'm about to get attacked. I don't know.
Okay.
That's still
So
not that great.
as you collapse to your knees from all the speed and adrenaline and being close to death, you as you're going down, you notice beneath you, in the branches of this fallen tree, you notice a face as your knees starts to come down upon it, and you have the mind enough to just avoid it. And as you collapse over this thing in front of you, hold on, let me change the music here. Give me a sec.
I was kind of digging the bum, 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 bum.
All I wanted to do was look cool, that's all.
Your mistake.
I know.
Looking cool.
Maybe
No
just be a
fun
big
allowed.
fucking nerd like the rest of us.
Go ahead and stop that. And give me a moment to get the right kind of music here.
Yeah, when you did this attack, it reminded me of Brooks' Yahazugiri attack, where it's basically like he just walks past them, and then they fall over like fucking 10 seconds later. They don't even know what happened to them.
Yes, please. That's kind of what happens.
It's like the first thing that came to mind.
It's a lot of speed.
Yeah. Are you talking about you or Brooke?
Me.
Okay.
So as you collapse and you narrowly avoid the face of this wooden creature, you begin to sit up from it, confused, and you begin to look around you past this bush that you've jettisoned yourself past into a little opening within this swamp, and before you see a massacre of beings that you do not recognize, but you can tell that everything within this glade has been killed, has been sundered, and torn apart. And before you, please can you make an Arcana or a Nature check, whichever one you feel more comfortable with doing?
Nature. Alright, where's 17. No, 20.
With a dirty 20, you recognize you've never seen one before, but you've heard about these creatures in the stories that your guardian has told you about, where your people come from. And you know this wooden creature before you, you know it to be a dryad, a being of the Feywild, a being that lives within and amongst the trees, and are normally supposed to be benevolent in nature, and you see it split in half at the waist. And beyond this creature that you see dead before you with lifeless bark-like eyes, you see more dryads within this little clearing, as well as little fairies, pixies. They are littered on the floor of this opening.
What's going on over there?
Wait, hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, what's happening?
I don't know. The fight stopped.
Yeah, fight's done.
Snow, you're muted.
Did?
Yes.
Was
now
I
you're-
muted?
Now you're
Yes.
I am so sorry.
No worries.
I was saying stuff. Just a bit. You asked what's going on over there,
good.
right?
Yeah, I'm gonna ride closer.
She grips her swords in her hand tighter and says, "You should come here and check it out yourself." In a sad voice, not even caring about the combat she was in, or that she's hurt.
Okay. I'm gonna trot on over.
Vake, I guess, is gonna come over too. I mean, if he hears that.
Oh
I
yeah,
think,
you hear it. I yell it to you guys.
Okay, then yeah, I'm gonna walk over, kind of patting myself on the back, like, yeah, good job, buddy.
Is Higgins' paralysis demon still up?
Yeah, it's just gonna be, sort of, just like, patrolling around, and it'll randomly just teleport every once in a while, just like, if you get close to it, it'll kind of snarl at you, but it's friendly to you.
So it's basically just like a friendly neighborhood crackhead.
Yeah. It's
Zurich will-
looking for something hostile to kill, but there's nothing left, so it's just kind of walking in this area.
Zurich parks
These are dryads.
the horse underneath the tree so Syl can easily jump down without hurting herself.
She does. She lands on the horse, hopefully without hurting him.
The horse.
So
freaks out and
whoever
bumps
is
you off.
whoever is approaching this, as you break the tree line and the bush line to this little opening within the swamp, you see what Snow saw, a massacre of fey creatures. And there it is littered with dozens of them. Dryads, fairies, pixies.
Who in the nine hells?
Yeah, Vake looks like he's ready to vomit, but he's kind of holding it back, and he like stops looking at the horses, like, oh boy.
Sylphia kind of slides off the horse.
I will.
Who
We
could even
already
kill
know
this
who did
many
this.
dryads?
Yeah, I don't. Oh God, there's
Do
no
you
way the
think-
bushes killed them all.
Do you think Vigus did this?
I know Vigus did this.
And we have someone to fucking kill.
Hold on, there might be survivors. And Zurich will cast Detect Evil and Good, so I know if there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet as I look out.
You cast Detect Evil and Good, and you get mental ping from a living source directly above you.
I point.
It's and above you, you see the face
Oh boy.
of a red-skinned, horned creature. Not looking at you, but looking upon the scene before you. And you can see its features quite clearly, as it is not invisible as it normally would be. And I'll go ahead and put an image inside imagery for you to see what this creature looks like.
Oh, it's super creepy.
Thank you.
With it is an imp, yeah. But this is a different imp than what Zurich has currently
Pinch.
watching.
Yeah, Pinch is a chubby little fucker.
Yes, this one is more lithe, but not like underfed. Just kind of just skinny. Yellow eyes, red skin, full red wings, and it is just looking upon the sight, doesn't even know that you notice it's there.
You know what happened here?
Can we see this fucking thing?
Yeah, it's not invisible.
It's not invisible.
Yeah. Does it answer snow? I mean, that's a good fucking question.
Excuse me, do you know what happened here?
As you call out to it, it startles and it loses its footing and falls directly into your lap, or onto you. Do you try to catch it, or?
Yeah, I'd try to catch it. It's all right. It's all right. I mean you no harm.
It immediately catches itself and pushes it off of you and starts flapping its wings and picks a branch a lower branch to sit upon. Who are you?
We are the collective, and we've just happened across this massacre. Do you know what happened here?
No idea.
Then why were you looking out at it?
It's sad.
It is sad.
Vake's demeanor goes from aggressive to yeah, I'm with you, buddy.
This many creatures of the Feywild being slaughtered. Unforgivable.
Yeah. So what are you doing out here, Mr. What, can we call you Red Guy? Is that good?
No, that's not my name.
What's your name?
Guess.
All right, fine. Guess. What are you doing out here?
No, it's not guess. I said guess.
Am I saying it wrong? Guess. Guess.
No, it's not guess. I said no.
So it's no? That's
No, it's not no. It's oh my.
Snow's gonna tuck her ears down and try to ignore them. Still looking at this side.
Yeah,
I am familiar with another. I'm familiar with another imp named Pinch.
Oh no, Pinch.
He liked to pinch things. I'd guess your name is Scout.
No.
Fucking Peeping Tom?
It's Eknietep.
How would anyone ever guess that?
Well, it's just patience backwards, because I have none.
I see that.
That's okay. I like it.
But my friends call me Tap.
Is it because you tap your foot impatiently?
Yes. How'd you know that?
I'm a good guesser. Yeah, literally.
Anyway, I know some of these creatures.
Like the dead ones?
Yeah.
Who would want to kill them?
I don't know. I was just coming back.
Insight check.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that actually as well.
I too.
17.
Go for it.
Ignore the second roll.
Okay. Zerk, you are insightful enough to pick up that this little imp Tap is telling the truth. The glade, and they ended up upon here. Well, them dead.
Did you see us fighting, or?
No. I just got here. All right.
It's all good.
Are you alone?
As far as I know.
Dangerous to go alone.
It is.
So, I mean, is there any way, like, we can help you, or, like, what are you like, what are you doing out here?
Well,
Vake says, as he's scratching
he kind of
his arm, Vake is scratching his arm where he got, like, lashed. And he's, like, drawing blood and doesn't even know, because it's so itchy. He's just, like, fucking scratching his skin off.
So, is this still the Feywild?
No.
What do you mean, no?
This was never the Feywild.
You probably came through the bubble that we saw.
What do you mean, the bubble?
I'm not good at explaining stuff like this, guys.
Last night there was an event of where it seemed that two planes got very close to each other.
Oh.
Around this area.
Interesting. I have no clue what you're talking about, but it sounds interesting.
That's most likely how you got here. Yeah.
Well, we're on the Premysterial plane, by the way, if this is news to you.
Yeah, I knew that.
Inside check.
Go ahead.
He totally didn't, because he just said that.
Unfortunately, at this point, I need to go start barbecuing.
Okay.
So it's going to be it for me. However, my vote is for Higgins because he drugged the party.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a pretty good vote.
I think at this point we'll go ahead and continue next week with more conversation with Tap. And we'll go ahead and start there next week.
Okay. Sorry
Yeah.
to draw the line in the sand right here as we discover a massacre, but
yeah.
It's all good.
Heal me up a little bit.
Clanger.
also props to Syl for the single highest damage roll so far in the game.
No,
Holy shit.
I think it was the lightning bolt, but that was
from like an
an attack roll. Yes, that was the single most a damage in an attack roll for sure.
Like
fucking critical hit.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
I don't want to.
I do.
will eventually find out.
I am excited.
I hope so.
I wish my camera was working. That's why I left the call earlier, is just because I was trying to turn my back camera back on, and it wouldn't turn back on. So.
Oh.
But thanks for your vote, Zurich. I will go ahead and put that Higgin into the vote. And we'll just go from there. We'll go Vake. What's your RP vote? Oops.
Come back to me because there are a couple good things I got to think about it.
Okay, sounds good. Cinda.
I was also going to do Higgin for a different reason. His little panic attack in the fight was interesting. Because
It's still happening.
He summoned a Fae. Yeah, he didn't do that before. He's never tried that before, and he did not like the results. And I like that every time Higgin casts a spell, it's like a learning experience for him. He's not just like, oh, I can do this now, and I'm totally used to the effects that this will have. But I summon a Fae. Oh my god, it looks like an Eldritch Nightmare.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. We'll go to Sylphia.
Mine is gonna also be for Higgins, but because of him basically dynamite fishing the river.
That was pretty funny.
Like, his wanton disregard for how things should actually work makes me so amused. So, mine is going to Higgin for that.
Wanton disregard should have been our group name.
He's never fished before. Why would he fish? He doesn't like fish.
So he was just killing creatures for fun.
Well, you guys were fishing. You wanted to help.
Well, he doesn't avoid like animals because he cares about them. He just can't eat them, so he doesn't bother trying.
Higgin would eat all if he could.
Yeah, I would consume all.
Let's go ahead and go to Snow.
I'm giving it to Vake for being the strongest motherfucker around.
Rolling that 20 on
dude.
every.
This is out like candy.
Is this
Always
important?
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
And then rolls pretty shit like attack rolls.
Every time.
But
Yeah.
every strength thing is top of the line when it comes to Vake. Amazing.
That's true.
It's amazing. All right. We'll go on to Higgin.
I'm gonna give it to Snow for drawing a lovely moth picture for the Vake.
That's what I was gonna say. That's literally what I was gonna say.
That's so
Damn.
nice.
Yeah. I also give it
Can't
to
wait
Snow
to
for the
also
same
draw a
thing.
moth with cooters.
Because
Cooters.
the Vake was so into that moth, and you were just like, I'm gonna draw this sexy
Sexualized
moth
moth.
picture for you.
I like drawing for other people. I'll draw for anybody.
I would love to see Snow the player's rendition of a sexy moth.
I'm trying to remember because Higgin also made me crack up this section. I forget though what it was. There was something that had me like dying laughing, but I literally can't remember what it was.